We won't start the stream yet, but just a couple of practicalities. Just that we can get the clicker to start at first. A little technical problems here. Great. So welcome to the KUS Representative Council meeting, the first one. And we will start off by opening the meeting. So let's open item number 1. And it is officially 17:07 o'clock, and I will now open the meeting. And we can then close item number 1. And we can go to the item number 2. So electing the chair of the meeting. I propose myself to be the chair of this meeting. If you have any opposing opinions, then you can say it now. If no opposing opinions, let's elect Aino Piipponen as the chair of the meeting. And close item number 2 and open item number 3. So electing the secretary of the meeting. I propose Heidi Riihimäki to be the secretary of the meeting. Any opposing opinions? No opposing opinions. Congratulations, Heidi Riihimäki, for being the secretary of the meeting. And let's close item number 3 and open item number 4, so recording the lawfulness of the meeting.
Yes, so the agenda for this meeting has been published on KUS website a week ago, last Wednesday, and has been delivered to you as soon as we have collected your emails, and the REPCO solution has been published. Yes.
Hence, we can record the meeting as lawful. And close item number 4 and open item number 5. So recording the quorum of the meeting. And let's start with opening item number 5.1. So recording the council composition.
Yes, so based on the elections held the 1st of November till 8th of November, We have selected 21 members for the RepCo. So Emma Karppinen, Otava Tuomi, Mikael Blinnikka, Tilda Leikola, Eero Aho, Topias Lahikainen, Otso Lammi, Jukka Österman, Joel Vanhanen, Marko Ikävalko, Kasper Palmqvist, Petteri Pynnönen, Ali Al-Rubai, Topias Turppa, Rasmus Räsänen, Juho Ollanketo, Niki Nurmi, Meeri Korpi, Maria Karesoja, Andrei Mouka, and Emma Walsh. And additionally, according to our rules, we can have maximum 200 vice members in the order they have received votes. So in 2023, we have selected 40 vice members.
Yep, so we can now state these people as elected. And open item number 5.2, recording the recused and resigned.
So according to the statutes of KY, employees and board members of KY Association, as well as the KY Foundation, are recused from RepCo work. Hence, Tilda Leikola, Rasmus Räsänen, Meeri Korpi, Tuomo Erkinharju, Roosa Savola, Jatta Saari and Samu Mustonen are recused from RepCo work.
We will record the recused and resigned as stated. And open item number 5.3, recording the unavailable.
Yes, in the attachment 2, you can find all the members that have been that have said that they can come to the meeting, and if they haven't, we've invited the vice members here according to the same attachment 2.
And we will record the unavailable as stated. The last part of the 5, recording the present 5.4. Let's open that item.
Yes. Yes, okay, so let's have a roll call of the people present. So when you hear a name, please say something out loud so I can hear it. Jacques Liikanen. I think not. Dani Abipo. Oona Sorala. Eelis Arokoski. Emma Karppinen. Otava Tuomi. Eero Aho. Topias Lahikainen. Otso Lammi. Joel Vanhanen. Marko Ikävalko. Kasper Palmqvist. Petteri Pynnönen. Ali Al-Rubai. Topias Turppa. Andrei Mouka. Emma Walsh. Vilma Paavola. Erik Halttunen. Vilhelmina Vierrijoki. Teemu Lehtinen. Tuukka Koivisto. Veisi Niemi. Sara Lindberg. Nope. Sanni Lappalainen. Thomas Febre. Yes. Nope. No Thomas here. Nope. Toni Niemi. Emilia Silius. Is there someone whose name was not mentioned? No. Okay, so we have 26 members present.
Yep, and we will then record the quorum of the meeting. And close item number 5 and open item number 6, summoning the examiners of the minutes and vote counters. So, first we have this very important role, examiners of the minutes. Any volunteers? We need 2. Oh, okay. That was fast. So, thank you. So, Lappalainen and Lammi. And another very exciting role for today is the counters of the votes. Any volunteers? Oh, we have 3. So the situation is that if no one is going to drop out of the 3, then we will vote. Okay, so... So is it then, if Erik drops out, it's Ali?
Can you both say your name so I...
Yep. Thank you. And Yep. So let's choose the stated persons as the examiners of the minutes and the counters of the votes, and you will also act as deputies for one another if needed. And we can close item number 6 and open item number 7, so confirming the agenda. Yep, there it is. And you can find the agenda from the meeting hall and also from the attachments. Do you have any additions or change ideas? Okay, then we can confirm the agenda as it is. And close item number 7 and open item number 8, announcements. Any announcements from anyone? I would like to announce that this is the start of a new era when the new RepCo starts, so congratulations for everyone. And we can then close item number 8 and open item number 9, so council members' traveling expenses.
Yes, so I propose that we will reimburse, buy train tickets or cheaper expenses at the route Mikkeli-Helsinki-Mikkeli for the RepCo members studying at the Mikkeli campus when the expenses are caused by attending KY's RepCo activities. So if you have like some other suggestion, you can now raise your hand.
Okay, so this is a proposal. If you don't have any opposing opinions, I assume that we are all agreeing with this one. Everything fine? So let's confirm this proposal. And close item number 9 and open item number 10. So electing the former of the board. This is the very exciting and fun part.
Yes, so we have received an application before this meeting from Juho Ollanketo, Niki Nurmi, and Tilda Leikola. Are you still running for the chair? Yes. And if someone still wants to run for a chair of the KY association, now is your time. You can do it like before the voting starts, but I recommend if you're thinking of it, then do it now. I'd say that we don't have others, so maybe we can.
Sorry, so edustaja Lammi. He said that can we solve, but no. So the next, I would like to present you the chair of the elections committee. So Rasmus Rasanen, the chair of the board currently, and you will guide us forward.
Yes, I will guide you forward. Hi everyone, I'm the chair of the board elections committee. Let's get this grill started. So we have a panelist here, a panelist who's been on the KY board in 2019 and in the representative council in 2018 to 2021. So Mikko Hiltunen, welcome to the stage.
Hello everybody, how's it going? Glad to be here once again. It's been a while, although I just graduated in June, I think, or July, yeah. So congrats to me as well. I could quickly go through kind of the agenda for this grilling session and then move forward. So it's basically divided in these main 2 sections. The first section is the individual part, and then the second section is the panel for all candidates together. And then the individual part and the panel includes separate parts in them, but those are basically the main parts. And maybe a good thing to notice here is that whenever it's time for questions for you, RepCo members will let you know. And this whole thing should approximately end around 9 o'clock, but be prepared to stay a bit longer, I guess. Is that everything? Yeah, so next up, candidates, could you please come forward to the front? So what we'll do now is we'll draft the order, which will kind of decide in which order they'll be here in the individual part. And Nicky starts, he pulls I don't know if that's the longest or shortest. Can you show the sticks? I think this is the longest, right? Juho has the longest, Nicky the second, and you have the shortest.
I guess I jinxed it.
So the longest one stays first.
Longest
Exactly.
and the other ones go.
How are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing great.
You can stay wherever you like to, wherever you feel confident, comfortable.
Thank you.
And kind of what I forgot to mention is that, yeah, this individual part now consists of two parts. So the presentation that the candidate has created earlier, and then some individual questions for them.
Fantastic.
Yeah, you can come here if you need the notes, but whenever you're ready, 10 minutes for this introduction and the case part.
Yeah, I can look at the time from this. Yeah.
Sounds good.
Okay, fabulous. Let's start. So, hi everyone. Nice to see y'all. My name is Juho Lanketo. I am the candidate for form of the board of KY 2024. And nice to see all of you. First of all, there's a lot of newcomers. Let's get knowing me first. So, a bit about myself, first of all. I'm a third year ISM student on the bachelor level. I'm doing a major in ISM and I'm doing a minor in real estate economics on the engineering side. I have been a KY active since day one. I'm very fortunate that I found my place right in the beginning. And I've been doing the most that I can, and I've been very happy where I've been. Whether it's been the cultural subcommittee, KY Repco, Teekkarijaosto, where I was a host in the hosts and hostesses, or I actually also became a part of Nesu Finland 2 weeks ago. So I really like trying new things. That's my thing. And who am I as a person as well? Well, I'd say I'm a bit of a risk taker. I do like taking risks a lot. Even now that I'm in front of you, I feel like I'm living like a completely different person. I also like getting to know new people. I love my friends. They are passionate for me. There's 2 of them right there as well, last Vappu. And I'd say I'm an outgoing person. So in short, that's who I am. But let's jump straight to the cases. Now there's going to be a lot of button pushing that I need to do, so I'm probably going to be sitting a bit more on this direction right now. But the case one was, what do you consider the most important functions of KY and why are they essential? First of all, culture. It's the backbone of KY. It's what KY has been growing for the past 100 years. Second, advocacy. Whom are we here actually for? It's our members. It's as simple as that. And third, it's the community support. What we've been building for the past 100 years is the knowledge and the financials, and what do we need to do with them? We need to support our members. So, let's delve a bit deeper into that. What do those actually mean and why are they essential? Culture is identity. Being a part of KY makes you a kuulteri. I'm pretty sure we invented that word. Not in this building, but the old Kauppis. And we need to be preserving that. We need to be evolving that. And that is how our culture is our backbone. Voice for all business students. That's what we do here in Aalto University. But as we are the biggest and the brightest in Finland, that is what we can also do nationally. When people need to hear the ideas and the motivations for faculties or how the studies are going, whom are they going to ask for it? They're going to ask it from us. And finally, well-being and resources. We do have the resources, so let's make sure that our members feel well. Let's be sure that whether they have associations, whether they have subject clubs, let's make sure that they have what they need. Case 2. In which functions should KY adopt a more passive, facilitating role to conserve limited resources for use in other areas? Maybe a bit of background regarding these cases. The bigger context was that KY still has a lot of leftovers from the time when we were a student union. A lot of legal things we had to do, and whenever we stopped doing it 10 years ago, a lot changed. But still, we are a huge, huge association. So, which functions should we do more passively? Which functions should we facilitate more? I want you to look at this question not in the way that what we are going to change next year. I want you to take a look at it from a strategy perspective into what needs to be changed in the 2020s. As you know, next year we're not going to revamp the strategy. That's going to be done in 2025 for 2026 and forward. But still, it's good to keep these thoughts in mind. First of all, events. As we all know, the student intake will be growing. The Ministry of Culture and Education still strives that the youth of Finland will get to 50% of higher education by the year of 2030. And what will that mean in long term is growing student intakes, especially for business school. Getting us to school and through to work life is a lot cheaper than in many other schools, and that's why they like doing it. So what happens to our events? There's going to be even a lot more people. So what could we do with our events? Right now, KY has over 350 yearly events in our whole sphere. What we could do with KY events, what we're doing right now and where should we be heavy, is we should be discussing the scale of them and the quality over quantity. We want to increase the inclusion. Right now we have a lot of subject clubs and societies which are doing a lot of great events with a lot of different ideas. But what we need to focus on is the scale and inclusiveness on those. Advocacy. This is something that I thought about a lot. But as we're getting more students and we have a lot of facilities here, how well can we hear them? I want to bring the subject clubs even more and closer to KY for transparency. The subject clubs know what's happening in certain school areas, whether it be the economics, whether it be the ISM. And if the subject clubs can get that information better and spread it around themselves and spread it to KY itself, that is how we could do advocacy on even a more grassroots level. Not just from KY top down to students, but from students to KY. And lastly, community support. As the student intake grows, it is quite apparent that subject clubs will also grow, clubs will grow, associations will grow. A lot of students want to be a part of something. What we need to be assured of is that the framework that we provide for them is clear and transparent and fair. As they become bigger, as they become different, we need to be sure that we treat them all the same way and we give them the freedom to grow towards the directions they need to be. We don't need to be pushing them from top down and telling them what to do. We need to tell them, you can do whatever you want as long as you comply with the code of conduct. And the last case. Should KY enhance cooperation with certain stakeholders to mitigate overlapping functions? Please elaborate. First off, associations and subject clubs. I've had the great privilege of going to different events this year and seeing how well some associations do their events. It's crazy. They do it really, really well. When they have the right passion and the right tools and the right resources, they do it a lot better than even KY does it. So my question is, if they do it better than we do, why compete with them in the same areas? Why not let them have the space for it? So, should we work with them? Should we give them the space? I'd say it's up to them. But let's give them the possibilities to build even more towards the direction that they want to. And second of all, communication. It's been a bit of a hard rock lately. We all know those group chats where there's way too much info for anyone. And we need to work with the associations and the subject clubs on getting the information even more thorough, even more clear for our members, so that they know what to expect. AYY. There's a couple things I want to do better with AYY. First of all is Kulttuurirengas. Don't get me wrong, it's not KY, AYY, and Kulttuurirengas under AYY. That's how it is in theory, but of course, the Kulttuurirengas members are here even now present for the next term. What we need to do is we need to bring Kulttuurirengas a bit closer to KY. For example, bringing the news to this repco as well, getting to know what's happening in there. This is especially important because the last elections for AYY repco, Kulttuurirengas lost, to be frank. And we need to know what's happening in there, and we need to be helping them as well towards the next elections to get those 5 seats back, and maybe even more.
1 minute left.
And volunteer positions. AYY also has a lot of great volunteer positions. We need to be telling their members about it, our members about it as well. And finally, Aalto. Aalto is working a lot in well-being as well. As you know, we have the Vivo project with Aalto as well. But there's a lot that we need to do better as well regarding that position. Right now, for example, the well-being week that Aalto had was at the same time as our fall celebration week, which was kind of odd. I hope that they'd not be at the same time the next time around. And working career. Aalto has a lot of connections to different places, and their name weighs a lot more than KY at some point. So why not do work with them in this sector as well? Thank you.
Thank you. Great presentation, Juho. Let's first start off with some repco questions here. If you have anything to ask about the kind of general, the case or his presentation part, and then I have some questions here lined up as well. But if you have something directly linked to this one, so feel free. Gentleman there. What's up? Oh, yeah, sir.
Yeah, also, nice to meet you all. And great presentation, thank you very much. I have a question that's related to the topics that you mentioned in case 2 and also partly in case 3. So you talked about a lot about the quality of events that the clubs have, and also the scalability and also the quality over quantity idea. And you mentioned that you want to give a lot of freedom to the clubs for them to be able to make better events, but to also make sure that they uphold our code of conduct, obviously. And my question to this is that, given that a lot of the clubs might be very happy with the scale of their events at the moment, and they're perfectly happy organizing things of that size, and they don't really see that, maybe they don't see that they have to take responsibility for the growing student intake. What are some things that KY could do to encourage or help the clubs to scale up their events while maintaining the same quality and making sure that the clubs don't get overwhelmed with the amount of time it takes to organize these things? And I'd like 2 concrete examples of things that KY could do to help clubs in this.
So how could KY encourage clubs to get bigger and quality events? Of course, I talk about the framework in this case as well. What resources do we offer? When there's so many clubs, so many different kind of clubs in so many different instances, asking so many different questions, how well can we do it in different cases. So maybe have some kind of a usual way of doing it and kind of scaling it up. The other point is if they don't want to grow their events, they don't need to. We are not here to force anyone to make their events any bigger if they don't want it to.
Any quick questions now? There's one.
What do you think is the cost for Kylderrengas losing so many seats in the AYY Repco this election?
I'd say the straight answer is how many candidates we had, definitely. If we would have like 20 or 30 more candidates, I believe we'd have 1 or 2 more spots at least. It's up to that, yeah.
All right. Let's now focus on the questions that I have lined up here, so we'll stay in schedule. Well, let's start with a simple one. I'm not sure if you completely answered this one in your presentation already, but why are you applying for this position eventually?
I'd say it's a combination of 3 things. First of all, it's my experience. I've been doing volunteer work in the student sphere for the past 9 years, in different positions, in different places, and it's kind of something I love. I love being able to make this world a better place for students, especially in Finland. Secondly, it's my passion. I've grown to love KY for the past years that I've been here. I've seen it from so many angles, from so many people, from so many perspectives that I've grown to love it. And thirdly, it's my motivation. I believe I have the right tools for next year, and I know where I want to take it.
Thank you. Actually, one quickly referring to your presentation, you mentioned that you'll start in the NESO Finland board, right? Was it so?
Not board, as an active.
Active member, okay. Do you think that you'll have enough time being the chair of KY when doing that simultaneously?
And a NESO Finland active.
Yes.
Yes. Just to clarify, I'm a member of NESO Finland, but I'm not a board member, so it doesn't take any time.
So are you saying that you're a person who starts doing things and doesn't put time into them? Just kidding, I really understand what you mean. It's okay. No need to answer. Related to teams, in any team members have different roles and strengths. What kind of people would complement you in a team?
I'd say it's definitely people who are willing to take responsibility. That's something I value in people a lot, especially when it comes to board work. I've been in many different boards, and people take this very differently. But I'd say those people complement who take responsibility, whatever it is.
What's usually your role in a team?
I'd say that my role in a team is someone who provokes conversation. Not by arguing with people, not by throwing insults at anyone, but bringing different opinions into the conversation, trying to raise up different points, because I think that's when the real value comes in.
Thanks. Could you tell us about a time when you failed at something, and what did you learn, and how have you used that lesson later in life?
I'll tell you about the time I was a host in the Hosts and Hostesses in Teekkarijausto. Some of you may not know, but the year I was there, Kylderis were thrown out of Teekkarijausto's Hosts and Hostesses, so I was the last Mohican in there. And it happened whilst I was there, and it happened really shadily. And I tried to take part in it, and I tried to have conversations, but it was very futile. And at the time, I took it really personally and burned a couple bridges. But afterwards, it should not have been about my emotions in that case, and I should have been more open about it to the people who were involved in that situation.
Thanks. I think there's somebody outside who wants to come in. I don't know. Now they're just having a discussion. All right. I don't know, he might want to join. Okay. Could you give us an example of a project or decision that the current KY board has carried out this year, in your opinion, has led KY in the right direction?
I'd say definitely this board has led this kind of overall change in value in how you want to shift thinking more, how you want to shift in the more that direction that board members and office members should have more time in innovating and thinking about new things. And whether how well that has gone, I'm not sure, but I do think that as a thought, it's been great.
And how about a thing that the board has done but could have done better?
I'm not going to go into the specifics of this because there's people involved, but there was a case of inclusivity or inclusion this year that I think that the board did not do well.
And then what kind of practices would you implement at the beginning of the year to ensure that the board members don't feel too exhausted or burnt out during the year?
My always two to-goes whenever it comes to building a team are trust and communication. Trust is the basis for everything. That's where you have to start. And you have to be honest and transparent about what you believe in, where do you want to go. You have to be honest about your goals, your perceptions. And communication is taking all of that to the other people and from them to you as well.
And regarding leadership in more general, could you tell us about a time when you have led some group and what type of a leader you have been in that case?
I'd say the most that I've enjoyed in leadership was definitely back in 2021. I was a team leader in Tallinn back in Swapia days when I was working there. We were building a new team to our new facilities there, and I had the chance of recruiting new people into the team on the Tallinn side and also training them. And just to see it growing from like a spark into a bigger flame, I'd say. The factory later burned down, so not a good joke. But to kind of get to grow the team and to be there as a project leader and to lead back to Finland, that's where I felt that the project was in my hands and I left something remarkable there.
Thank you. And then a couple of questions related to your application. I haven't read the application myself, so I hope the questions are good and the application was good as well. But first, in your application, the potential for removing student union fees and change in financial aid for students. These are relevant issues for AYY, but why are these topics relevant for KY and for the future board? How would you like to approach these issues as a chairperson?
That is a really good question, and let me...
Thank you.
Let me tell the context a bit for this. So the government of Finland is now has written down a plan where they will stop the forced student membership on universities, on student unions. And how that will affect KY financially is zero if it happens. How will it affect AYY if it happens? It will crumble AYY as an organ, as what it is now. But it will definitely affect KY. The past, I don't know how many chair of the boards, the past how many boards, it's always been a thing that we want to be more into the ALDE community. But what if the ALDE community, as it is right now, ceases to exist? And that's a real question that we have to think for next year as a possibility. What's our stance then?
You mentioned in your application that we need to foster a culture of growth. What do you mean by this growth? What steps would you like to achieve this growth?
Another great question, thank you.
You're welcome.
So, as you know, KY is over 100-year-old organization, and with that comes a lot of culture, a lot of standards, all the things we do yearly. what I would like KY to have even more is innovation and development. For example, how do we support our members who want to start new projects? How do we support our members who want to start new companies? Right now, we've outsourced most of that to other organs here in Otaniemi, or here in Aalto, or here in Helsinki and Espoo. Well, how can we be helping our members in making, for example, new companies? That's the question I want to bring up. Because, for example, if those companies become something and we own a part of it, now wouldn't that be great?
Could you answer more precisely the part when I asked what steps would you take to achieve this, kind of practical steps? Taking in also consideration that the members, or at least the employees and board members of KY are quite busy at the moment, so where would you kind of get the resources to all this implementation of growth?
Well, of course, that's the rough idea when it comes to giving more chances for our students. Right now, it's not possible because the money that we have in the foundation can't be used that way. So it has to be even a bigger conversation first on how do we want to enable our funds to be used in different ways, for example.
Thank you. We're starting to run out of time, but we have time for one more audience question. And maybe one note or reminder at the end of this whole panel, or the next kind of the panel session, we have plenty of time for you to ask longer questions and so on. So all good on that, Hal. But if you have any quick ones now, feel free to. I don't see any hands. So thank you very much. We're ready to take the next one in. I think we could give a round of applause to Juho. Great presentation, good answers, Juho. And good luck for the panel discussion as well. And if I remember correctly, it's Nikki. The first one is always lucky because it takes a while to get warmed up in this role, so let's see.
Anybody know how to present a PDF on a MacBook?
Where's the IT master?
Thank you. Yes, I'm done. Yes.
Just a practicality. We will have a break when the individual presentations and question parts are over. So, yeah, just for a quick info.
Thank you. How's it going, Nikki?
All good, thanks.
Good to hear. Are you nervous at all?
A little, of course.
That's good. Let's start off again with the presentation. So your presentation and then the case or answer to the case. You have 10 minutes and Heidi will let you know when you're running out of time. So whenever you're ready.
Okay, great afternoon, Repko. Pleasure to be here. My name is Miki and I'm applying to be a former of the board of KY. So my presentation consists of 3 parts. Firstly, I'm going to tell you my story, how I ended up to this point, and while telling that, I'm already giving you some of my thoughts on why I would make a great former of the board. Then I'm going to tell you why I think KY needs a change, and finally I'm going to answer the case. And while answering the case, I'm trying to give you some concrete answers on how we can reach a more cohesive and inclusive KY. So I grew up in Tampere. I lived there for 20 years before moving here to start my studies in Aalto. I first moved to Helsinki, but I now live in Espoo. I started my studies in 2021, and in 2022 I was the chair of Nesu KY, while also being an active mandate member of Cultural Committee Kuva. Leading Nesu KY was for me a really rewarding challenge. I was the chair of a board of 10 and an organization of 60, and I got praised a lot from my leadership style. I got praised from my board members as well as some active members, former members, and even people outside of Nesu. I believe the biggest compliment I got was from our head of beverages, Otto, who's a couple years older than the rest of us, and he told me that throughout his work career he's had multiple different kind of leaders, and he has made an image on what the perfect leader is like, and he said that I am that perfect leader. Well, I don't know how much I can agree with Otto, but I really believe that I do make a great leader. I have a good ability to understand different views. I can encourage people for bringing up their ideas, to do things differently that they have been done in past, and bring out the best of our board members. After Nesu year, I went to Mexico to have my exchange semester this spring. And one of the reasons why I wanted to do it already in the second year was that I knew that I want to apply to KY board this year. But back then my idea was to apply to be a cultural responsible, because I felt like Kuva events and everything happening in cultural sector should be more reachable for a wider audience. I wanted to attract more people to Kuva events. But then I realized that this inclusivity problem isn't just solved in cultural sector, but it requires concrete actions in different sectors, including clubs, well-being, proppa, master student, internationality, and also communications. So then I had an idea that, hey, I could actually apply to be a chair of the board, and maybe I could make a positive impact for this community. But I didn't know enough. So since last summer, I've been studying a lot because I didn't know enough about academic affairs or corporate relationships. And since then, I've been reading the meeting minutes of repcos. I've been reading annual reports. I've read the action plan of this year multiple times. I even read the KY historic and KY strategy, of course. I've had meetings with current board members, former board members, employees, a person who knows a lot about AYY, a person who has a background at Proppa, and a person who's working for KY Foundation. So now I think I know at least enough to be a great former of the board. So I think KY needs a change, and the reason for that is that everyone should be able to get the most out of their time at KY, and I don't think this is happening right now. KY can be an incredibly great community for us who have a background at subcommittees and committees, but for so many more, this community could be so much better. Of course, there are people who just come here to study, they don't really need KY, but for example, a couple of weeks ago, I was discussing with a friend who used to be a chair of a club, so he's been volunteering actively at KY. And I asked him that, hey, have you thought about applying to a committee? And he said that, no, I haven't really been in that scene. And that got me really thinking, because like he didn't know a lot about committees, he wasn't sure like what committees there are, what they do, that even for him, the boundaries, the threshold to apply to a committee was incredibly high. And the worst thing here is that he's the type of person who I know would love to be in a committee. And I was just thinking that how big that threshold has to be for those who haven't volunteered at all. And I think it's the same threshold that prevents people from, for example, attending song nights, lauluiltas here, and not even talk about like applying to Kysto or Ky. And we have to start acknowledging this problem, and we have to start making concrete steps to make KY a more cohesive and inclusive place to lower that threshold. So the topic of this year's cases were KY's core functions. And I really like that this was the topic because I believe the biggest organizational problem KY has is that our resources are full. Like board members at KY as well as employees are already working really hard. They're easily exhausted after a year, and KY doesn't have a space to grow if we want to. For example, if we would want to have another committee, we really don't have space for that. So we have to be really critical on what we do. Why do I consider the most important functions of KY and why are they essential? I believe number one priority for KY should always be to provide a vibrant student life. This has most positive impact on more positive impact on our members than anything else. And traditionally, KY has been known to have the best student life, and it's still something that attracts people to come here to study. We have to, however, keep up with a great student life, and that starts with premises. We have to keep working with OPCA, but we also have to have our eyes open for other long-term solutions for our premises. Bethany Miehenkuja seems to be with us for a couple of years, and we have to develop that place so it will be so attractive that when it's like, even when it's like 2 or 3 a.m., people really want to be there. Because right now, the only place where you can actually have fun in the late hours are exclusive places, such as the basements of subcommittees. Another way for us to provide a better student life, I think, is to lower distance between KY office, subcommittees and committees, and on the other hand, clubs, subject clubs, and non-volunteers, because that distance is really high at the moment, and I think it prevents people on both sides to actually take the most out of KY at the moment. Best well-being action KY can do is to tackle loneliness, and I think most people here, including me, could be lonely without KY. And in the past few years, like the thing that has been done is a Be Well project, and its goal has been to tackle the loneliness, but it hasn't really worked because Be Well events have been targeted to such a narrow group that there's a stigma in going there. I think the Be Well events should be targeted to a wider audience, so the target audience would have a lower threshold to go to Be Well events. Another way for us to tackle loneliness is to improve Kyrner, or at least increase the knowledge of it, because I think it can be a great living room for members if more people just were aware of it. I also want to say that subject clubs play a huge role in bringing the sense of belongingness for those who aren't volunteering. And thirdly, KY needs to have strong advocacy, and we should focus our advocacy on topics where we can matter the most. I think these are firstly the school, where our main focus should be to ensure the high level of studies, even despite there being the growing intake. The second direction is AYY, and that of course has to happen with Kulttuurirengas. And thirdly, we have the strong advocacy towards business life, because we represent the best business students of Finland, and we have to ensure that our students have trainee positions and a bright career ahead of them. In which functions do I think KY should adopt a more passive role? I think we should give more responsibility for committees. There are lots of people at committees who want to contribute more than our culture than they currently have a place to. And I think this is especially true in KOVA and KORE. And in both of those committees, if you can increase the responsibility of volunteers, we can reduce the workload of our employees and board members. And secondly, we should get rid of overlapping well-being services. KY shouldn't offer any well-being services where we really don't have the expertise that UTHS, the National Student Health Service, and the school have. And this goes to the third question. So should KY enhance cooperation with certain stakeholders? I think yes, we should enhance cooperation with all the university on student health services. KY should take a role of a proactive communicator for our students on what health services there are at school and at UTHS. But we shouldn't spend resources on doing something where we don't have the expertise. For example, in the past few years, what I've understood is that for BWell tutors, there have been like 1, 2, or 3 private messages about personal stuff, and we still spend resources on something where we cannot help our students. But what we can do is to communicate better what all the university and UTHS has, and we should keep up with the cooperation with all the universities to provide that. This is it for my presentation. I just want to say that I really believe that KY could be a better place for our members, and as the chair of KY, I would want with the next board to make concrete progress, which I think we can do to make this community more cohesive and more inclusive for its students. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nikki. Great presentation. We could take again 1 or 2 short RepCo questions related to the presentation, if anybody has anything specific to ask at this point.
Hi, everyone. My name is Marko. You mentioned a bit about loneliness, so I would like to ask you how much of the loneliness that exists now is a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, and how much is like on the normal level? Like, what do you say? What's your picture of this?
Yeah. of course, I didn't study at KY before COVID, but what I understood is that this community used to, at some places, be better before COVID, and part of that is because of KY building. But now we have to ensure that all the students can feel the sense of belongingness here, and I think there's too much loneliness now because KY doesn't provide enough for non-volunteers or even people volunteering at clubs or subject clubs at the moment.
Any other quick ones? You need the mic?
Haniki, thank you for a great presentation. Regarding the overlapping of the well-being services, if KY were to cut down on these overlapping services, what would you ask UTHS and the university to modify in their services to achieve the same goals that KY is trying to achieve?
Yes, a great question. Firstly, I have to say that we have more power to more impact on what school does than what UTHS does, so we have to focus on school. The queue for student psychologists at Aalto University right now, I think, is around 2 weeks, which is not very much, so I believe that just by communicating better, we could increase what they do. But we have to have strong advocacy towards school also on that to keep up with a high level of student psychology service, and if needed, to spend more resources on them. But that's something that I think we should more outsource to university instead of trying to provide it ourselves.
Thank you. Let's hop off to my questions. So first, you partially mentioned already or answered this one, but could you repeat why are you applying for this position to become the member of the board?
Yes. Well, I want KY to be a better place, that's for sure. And I believe I could make a positive impact as the former of the board and chair of the board. My personal reasons for applying, there are two. Firstly, I really enjoyed working with KY and know that I would love the next year as the former and then chair of KY board. And secondly, I want to challenge myself. I'm sure that I would learn a lot during next year as the chair of KY board.
Thank you. Related to team dynamics and leadership, first, in any team members have different roles and strengths. What types of people would complement you in a team?
Yeah, one really crucial trait I want my board members to have is that they are able to tell me when they disagree. Because I have a lot of ideas and I can be over-optimistic at times, so it's really crucial that people around me can say when they disagree with me and if they have better opinions on something. I'm really flexible with my thoughts, so I can do that, but I want people around me who can tell their opinions to me.
In a basic team setup, what's your role in it in the past?
Yeah, in a team setup, I'm the one who tries to understand different views and make sure that all the different views are made. I try to encourage my board members as much as possible to bring up their ideas, and if there's any insecurity they have, I want to encourage them to really be the best version of them. And I believe I do make a great leader in how I can bring out the best of the team members.
And do you think that's your main strength as a leader, to bring the best out of people, or do you have some other strengths as a leader?
I think that is my main strength. Another strength I have is that I'm able to be really objective even under the pressure and despite some setbacks, so I work well under the pressure too.
You said that you were the chair of NESU. How would the people or the board members of NESU describe you as a leader? With some adjectives, for example.
As adjectives? Well, this is not an adjective, but one thing I believe they would describe me is as being true to myself and not taking any unnecessary roles, because that's something I really want to try to avoid to the last. And I think they also would describe me as a person who gets excited easily and a person who basically never gets angry.
Would they criticize you about something?
Yes, I said I can be over-optimistic at times, and another thing is that I'm really quick-paced on my mind, so there are moments where I feel like I'm just I should slow down with how I speak and how I express my thoughts.
Could you tell once again the same mistake, tell us about a time when you failed at something? and what did you learn about that?
Yes, there was one moment during last year. I was in charge of the permissions for Jaostoriaha. And we were supposed to organize that event at Ossinlambi, but the event was moved to the parking lot of Svaha. And I forgot to tell Akra about that, who are in charge of the permissions at Otaniemi. And that was really big mistake, because like it was during I think it was like around 10 p.m. when the guard came to Saha and he said that we should stop. So I almost screw up a big time. But I discussed with God, and with good cooperation, he said that okay, it's okay that you are here until midnight. So we got 2 extra hours. And what I learned from that, well, 2 things. First, I have to be more punctual, and that was the last time I did a mistake like that. And the second thing is that by good cooperation, people can be really flexible. And I was able to persuade that person that, okay, it's all right that we're going to be here for 2 more hours.
Thank you. Could you give us an example of a project or decision that the current KY board has carried out this year and in your opinion has led KY in the right direction?
Yes, I'm really glad resource mapping was started this year, because as I mentioned, one of the biggest problems we have, and the biggest one in organizational level, is that our board members and employees are already working really hard and we don't have space to grow. So we have to cut from where we can. And I believe with resource mapping, we found out that the workload of executive director can be headed for another people because it was too large. So with good resource mapping, I think we can find even more things where KY could do less or do less or have less overlapping. But yeah, resource mapping was one really important project that was started this year.
And how about a project or something that the board has done and could have done better this year?
Yeah, one thing I think the board could have done better was that in the beginning of the year when KY lost our IE seats, what I understood that there was a lot of let's say confrontation between KY and AYY after that, and that's understandable in that situation. But I think our board should have be more solution oriented, because we didn't find any alternatives. Well, now we don't have IE seats anymore. What other positions there are in multidisciplinary AYY that our members could be part of now? Because I think okay, we don't have IE seats, so now what we could do is maybe focus that people know better about AVA and its committees or so on. So I think in that case I would have wanted to see a more solution-oriented approach.
Thank you. And then what kind of practices would you implement at the beginning of the year to ensure that the board members don't feel too exhausted or burnt out?
Yeah, one really good thing that Rasmus and his board did that year, I think it was before autumn, that they discussed together that, hey, as a board member, we don't expect that you are going to be the last one in every party, or you have to attend all the so-called unnecessary events. So that has to be discussed together. And we also have to, with board, acknowledge that there are people in the board who approach this work differently. Some people want to work more from 8 to 5, and some people want to have more flexible lifestyle, let's put it that way. So we have to understand our different approaches, and that's something that I want to talk with the board in the beginning of the year, so we really understand the differences we have.
Thank you. Then a couple of ones related to your application. You say that KY's premises promote exclusivity. What do you mean by that? And how would you develop our premises to be more beneficial and accessible?
Yeah, one really concrete thing that lacks in our premises right now is that there are no places for people to mingle. In our event spaces, there are places where people can party, but they can't really hang out. So only places where you can hang out during night right now are exclusive places, such as the committee basement of subcommittees and Espila during the night too. So I think we should focus that our premises, for example, Betonimehenko, could have places where people could actually hang out, whether you're an old KY active or a Murus, because I think that would bring more people together and take care that also our non-volunteers can enjoy their student life at its best.
Where would you find these premises?
In Betonimehenko, there are lots of rooms that are not used at the moment. I know there's work in process to improve that place, and we have to keep improving it to make it more inclusive.
to my understanding, the board and the employees are quite busy at the moment. How would you resource that?
Yeah, that is true, and I know that's something that keeps our employees busy at the moment. But it's also a thing where we can make some concrete success that our members really notice and that our members really benefit. So yeah, I think that's still, despite it taking resources, it's still worth it.
The culture sector has tried to make KY's events attractive for a wider audience in numerous ways, and it's proven to be quite difficult throughout the years. What would you do that hasn't been done already?
What was the first word, like the beginning of the sentence?
The culture sector.
Okay, yeah, I see this more as like a result of our inclusivity problems. The people who haven't been at committees, haven't been at subcommittees, are not part of the so-called inner circle, have a really large threshold to come to cultural events as song nights. I think one concrete thing that could be done by KY board is when attending events, not just to prioritize the events of committees and subcommittees, but also sometimes attend the events of clubs too, the events such as like Maila Karkelat and Peppa Championships, because I think that will bring us more like better together, because there's like quite a big like us and you mentality at KY at the moment. One thing that could actually also increase the popularity of song nights, and I think it's great that it was finally done this autumn, or it will take place, is the song night for clubs. Because it is a great way to thank clubs, but I believe it also can have an integrative result for clubs, so they become more familiar with our most traditional event song night, and maybe they attend them even later too.
Thank you. In your application, you talk about how KY should be a more inclusive community. You also suggest that our members should be encouraged to apply to volunteer positions also at AYY. Do you think that these two agendas can work in synergy, or should one or the other be prioritized?
I believe they work in synergy, and I believe they answer to the same issue, that there are lots of KY members who don't have their place here. KY is such a big community that it's important that people, especially people who want to volunteer, find their smaller community where they can be active. And when it comes to individual, the main question is not that whether it's the provider of the activities, KY or some AYY club. It's just that people find their place in our community, which I believe we could do better if people would know more about the possibilities AYY has.
Thank you. And then you said you're from Tampere. Isn't the classic question Tappara or Ilves?
Tappara.
Why is that?
It actually started by accident. I don't want to talk too much about this because I think it's a bit irrelevant, but I used to play ice hockey.
I say what is relevant and what is not.
I'm sorry, Mikko. Yeah, I used to play ice hockey in Tappara, and when I went to my first practices, my father, who is not from Tampere, wasn't even sure whether that's Ilves practice or Tappara practice, and it happened to be Tappara practice, so there was never going back.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, the reason why I asked is because we have a couple of extra minutes, so. Anyone else who wants to ask any questions? I'm out. And maybe a reminder, just if you have any questions that come up to your mind, you can just write them down and then ask at the end. That's a good method in general, I think. But if no further questions, maybe a round of applause to Nikki. Great answers, thank you. And let's welcome our last contendant, Tilda. And just as a quick reminder, there's a break after this part, so I hope you can manage. Moikkasin jo muita Suomen moikan. Kiitos, se on ainutta laatua.
Se on sulkakin.
Joo, se oli jäänyt tuosta, mä ajattelin, että mä pidän. So we're, I guess, waiting for a couple of RepCo members that escaped for a while. I don't know. Yeah, the red sign, I agree. How are you doing, Tilda?
Does it work? Yeah. I'm a bit nervous, but I think that's a good thing.
Yeah, it's absolutely a good thing. It makes, or it means that this thing means to you something.
Yeah,
That's how I
absolutely.
would analyze it. The RepCo is still alive.
Running in.
Gentlemen, soon I'll invite you here to be grilled as well.
Please do.
Yeah, so we'll go through this one and then we'll have a break afterwards. So hang in there, hang in there. But all right, so as in the previous parts, we'll give you, Tilda, around 10 minutes to go through your presentation and case, and then we'll hop off with some questions. So whenever you're ready. Okay. Good luck.
Super. Thank you. Hello, everyone. I'm Tilda Leikola. I'm applying to be the forum of the KY Board 2024. So a bit about me. You might know me as the current KY board member, responsible for corporate relations, work and career, and internationality. But something else about me, I've actually lived abroad. My brother was born in Belgium. We lived then in South Africa, and I also did an exchange in Uruguay. So that is why I might have a British accent, and it especially comes through when I'm nervous. So you can really estimate how nervous I am currently. Other than that, I'm quite a positive and approachable person, but a bit of a numbers nerd. That's why I study economics. But let's get to the point. Here, I've set the KY's most essential functions, or what I think are KY's most essential functions. So I believe that we are a community facilitator. So KY is a place where our members can experiment, volunteer, fail, and succeed. This is done by cooperation, communication, and enabling a strong member base. Then we are a maintainer and a developer of culture. So I do believe that culture is really in the heart of KY, and it evolves to meet the current needs of its members, while preserving its timeless essence. So events like Vappu and Orientation Week, where you really feel the KY spirit. Then KY is an advocator. KY advocates for business students within all the community, within Kulttuuri networks, so nationally, and then even beyond. Remember these essential functions, as now I will show you my vision for 2024, and how, with my vision, we can enhance these structures. So, here's my vision for 2024. I think that we should maintain and spread the word of KY spirit that I believe most of you have felt in here. I think we should maintain KY as a place where even crazy ideas can come true. So where people can really experiment and try, and maybe sometimes fail, but that's completely okay. And we should maintain also many of the functioning practices and structures that we have, as by doing that we can really save some resources, and they are well tested and working well. But like every year, there is room for development. So quickly, here is my 3 points for development: resources, support, and member-driven attitude. Some of you might have seen those in my application, but let's get more in depth with them. I wanted to bring some concreteness. So here are the development actions structured out. So KY needs to make its resources more sustainable. So find premises that suit our community's needs, as without any premises, we really can't be a community facilitator, as I stated before. And now, maybe answering more of the case questions, in regards to our resources, we should avoid overlap within our community and with our stakeholders. This year, we've seen a great amount of increase in the collaboration, or at least in my sector with the school, where, for example, we could even be better. So, for example, alumni focusing on quality over quantity. And an example why we didn't have a career fair to avoid the overlap, take a more passive role, and maybe then help and support school side so that we get our members in this career fair that they've used great resources. Then with subject clubs, again, I believe that taking a more passive and a facilitator's role, we avoid overlapping, which were the case questions. We can take a passive role in, for example, in some advocacy and as well as corporate relations, and be a facilitator, so more of a supporter role. A concrete example is excursions. Our subject clubs host excursions that attract a lot of our members. Is it the role of KY then to do those if we want to save resources? And then Suomen Ekonomit, I know there's still a lot of communication and some improvements with the relation regards to them, but they do offer great benefits to our members that we don't have to offer as they do. So using them in our advantage. And then what comes to resources, especially time, our working hours and well-being, is our event portfolio. So evaluating that, showing maybe quality over quantity that was asked in our member survey, and also then showing that to our associations so that they also put well-being maybe first. Then the second where we should develop is the atmosphere. So if we want to take a passive role and be more of a facilitator, we have to have communication. And this communication and support comes, for example, in encouraging collaboration between our associations so that there is no overlap in what they host, but they can really put their energy or work together and save also their resources. Then developing the relationship with our stakeholders to mutually benefit both parties. Here again, avoiding some of the overlap. For example, this year I got a great amount of data from the school side in corporate relations so that we don't have to do a survey about corporate relations and we still know what our members want. So saving some of our resources by avoiding overlapping there. And then I wanted to bring out strengthening the cooperation with Proppa as a development point. I think it's in a good place, but it can still be developed so that Babas feel welcome when they join Otaniemi. And when we're talking about development, we need to remember that when KY needs to develop with its members, so we exist only for and because of our members, and how we can really develop with our members is by listening to them, being approachable, and then also using the data that we have, which can be sometimes forgotten at the beginning of the year for KY board, as it is so hectic. Here I pointed out some of the points where we have already gathered data. And by using that in the beginning of the year, we can really save the resources of the new KY board so that they can focus on what is the KY's most essential functions. Here, I think, with my vision, ability to promote continuity and diverse perspectives on KY, I am confident that I would be well suited for the role as a former of the board. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the great presentation.
I hope it answered the case questions.
Yeah, I hope so too. Let's start with questions related to the presentation or the case. If any RepCo members now again have some quick ones. Also, I'm counting on you. No, not really. You don't have to force it. If the presentation was emptying, it's perfectly fine. We can directly hop into my questions. Just give me a second. All right. Yeah, let's start off with this one. You partially already answered it, but could you kind of give some repetition? So why are you applying for this position? Why do you want to become the former of the board?
I want to become the former of the board as I feel that with my experience, my vision, and my diverse perspective on KY, I can really push KY towards a sustainable future.
Sustainable future. Well, can you give a bit, kind of open it a bit?
Yeah, so sustainability, meaning that for example, our volunteers don't burn out or feel exhausted. Sustainable in the sense that we have premises where we can organize events that are long-lasting. Sustainable in the sense that our culture evolves with us, but some of that KY spirit or most of that KY spirit stays alive throughout the years, so in 5 and 10 years as well.
Nice. Yeah, the role of the kind of former of the board and the chairman includes a lot of kind of big decisions and so on, but also I would kind of see it simply in two parts. That's the one part, developing the organization, and on the other half, you're leading a group of highly motivated people. So what type of a leader are you usually?
I believe I'm quite an approachable leader, so someone that everybody feels that they can come up to and bounce some ideas off and then make decisions together. So I think my approachability is one of my greatest strengths as a leader.
What previous leadership experience you have in addition to Kore?
In addition to Kore, I've been a leader at Scouts for many years before coming to KY. So yeah, that's my leadership experience before KY, and Kore, which has been one of the most rewarding experiences.
One question related to Kore in a bit, but what types of learnings have you got from being a scout leader? What does it teach you as a leader?
A lot, probably. I started very young. I was a scout leader when I was 14 until I was 19. So a lot of experiences from there. But I think really the important is to, when you're leading a group, to have your ears open and to be ready to listen and communicate with the team.
Thank you. Good answer. Related to Kore, if we had your kind of Kore members here, how would they describe you as a leader?
I have 1, 2, 3 Kore members
But, okay.
here today. If you want to ask them,
It's better that you represent them yourselves now. How would they describe you as a leader?
No, this makes me very nervous. All of the men in this beige shirt are watching me, nicely matching the color of Kore as well, a beige fleece. I think you would describe me also as someone approachable, someone you can come and share your thoughts and concerns and also hopefully visions and rooms for improvement. So yes, I think Kore members would describe me as that.
Sounds good. And now when we're quite deeply in leadership, one more related to that. Do you like being a leader?
Could you kind of formulate it or elaborate a bit?
Do you get excitement about telling people what to do?
because this is
Taking responsibility.
because
But
this is
I
what I was
imagine.
thinking that you are leading. Because no, I don't get a kick out of what was the word you used.
Doesn't matter.
But I do enjoy taking responsibility, and I do enjoy having a group to work with and really help them become even to become maybe better at what they're doing. So that's what I like about leadership. Yeah.
Sounds good. And in a team, what kind of people would complement you?
People who compliment me is people who value goodwill, people who are ready to make compromises, but also people who are motivated in what they do.
Could you tell us about a time when you failed at something, and what did you learn from that?
Core members can relate to this one. I think I failed as a leader in the beginning of our committee year. So we had an idea for the spring event. It mainly came from me, and I too much pushed my ideas on our volunteers. Yes, they got excited about it afterwards, but I really enforced it, and it did not. The idea wasn't strictly born from our volunteers, which I've realized that was needed, and the motivation should come from those who are doing it and not from above.
Sounds good. Could you give us an example of a project or decision that the current board, KY board, has carried out this year that, in your opinion, has led KY in the right direction?
There's a lot, I think, that has led KY to the right direction. What could I say as a collective? Because I think for example, renewal of the corporate relations sector is a good example, which I believe...
Maybe something that doesn't relate to you directly. Yeah.
Well, I believe that us as a KY board, we've really been able to do this like processing and collecting information that I believe is valuable for the next year. We've really been able to collect data and use it already to our advantage, but I feel like for next year as well.
What type of data have you collected?
We did the member survey, but we've also talked with a lot of our stakeholders in what they would want to see in the future.
All right. And how about a thing that you could have done better, or the board could have done better?
I believe that we could have had a better relationship with AYY board. We could have met them, for example.
Is that something...
I'm sorry.
If you would become the former of the board and the chair, would you kind of put focus on that, the relationship with the AYY?
To a certain extent, yes. I do believe that there's synergies between KY and AYY, and those are found when we really build a relationship with the AYY board members.
Makes sense. And what kind of practices now, if you would become the board, former of the board or the chair, what kind of practices would you implement at the beginning of the year to ensure that the board members don't feel too exhausted or burned out?
Well, firstly, I think I'm a great resource for if I was elected as a chair to the new board in smoothing the onboarding, as I have already quite a lot of information about our operations. Then this is a forever struggle. How do you get it so that the KY board doesn't burn out, as it's only 1 year and most want to live it to the fullest? But that really comes from setting the framework and setting the realistic amount of things to be achieved, and maybe even downplaying that a bit, so that then they can take more if they have the energy. But typically, there's been in the beginning of the year, you're so excited that you want to do it all, and then you realize in May that this is a bit too much and I feel exhausted. And then, even though this is done this year as well, and I believe the years before, is to really repeat that take time off from the office, from this KY bubble, and have kind of, for example, a sport hobby or something else to keep your mental health in balance.
Thank you, sounds good. Maybe relate to the previous question from another perspective, as you've been a board member and seen how Rasmus operates, has there been something that you would change or not do like he did yourself, or kind of in that sense?
Yeah, I would have, of course I know Rasmus tried his best, but I would have maybe, I know that myself, for example, would have needed a bit more help in the beginning of the year to get into KY office and really learn how this functions. I was a bit overwhelmed.
Thank you. Then a couple of questions related to you more specifically and your application.
Yeah.
So you already have one laborious KY board year behind you. How will you find motivation, excitement, energy, and so on in doing the whole thing all over again?
That's a very good question, and I believe some of that motivation comes from hopefully changing the role. So looking at the KY again from a bit different perspective. Then again, where do I get the energy? Well, I took it quite easy my first year here at Aalto. So I really believe that I do have the energy, and again, I can see, I know what the year mostly is gonna look like, and especially I can support the other members in their well-being as well, as I have the experience.
Thank you. This kind of relates, I didn't see this question earlier, but it's a good one still. It relates to the one of the earlier ones. So as the chair of CORE and the leadership methods in specific, have you used any specific methods during the CORE year that you could implement when being the executive of the board, not the executive, but the chair of the board?
Being open, I feel like, is one of the methods I've used in CORE, and hopefully it's shown to the members as well. So being there to listen, I feel like that helps a lot to unite the group, and then also spending time together, not just during our meetings, but other than that, or going to an event together and so forth.
Sounds good. What's the next step for creating a supportive atmosphere that you talk about in your application?
I feel like that comes from communication. So opening communication channels to some of our stakeholders and to AYY, but also between our associations, so that, for example, the chats where they are and where they can meet people feel open and approachable and kind of easy. So you can, there's no dumb questions or no dumb ideas that can be shared, for example, in their Telegram group.
Are there any kind of specific methods you could kind of implement that, or just creating a general atmosphere? Do you have any kind of practical things that you could implement?
Yes, in some way I would, for example, encourage the Future Search Forum, hard to pronounce, to be, for example, at the beginning of the year, because there people can really meet from different associations and hear what they have going on, and then again avoid the overlapping as they know what's coming up and who they can contact.
Could you quickly, I don't know if everybody knows what is Future Search Forum.
Yes, it's this place which inspired me to apply for KY board. So where a few members from different associations come to discuss about KY's kind of problems or thoughts that are going on currently, and they are then divided into groups where everyone can bring their opinion, and then that information is gathered for the office to then make better decisions that reflect the member base.
Thank you. Do we have time for one more? Yep. So you say that KY should evaluate the event portfolio and working hours. How would you execute this sort of assessment?
Well, I would maybe start with the future KY board. So with every sector, thinking about, is there a one event that we could not do? So that we leave space to come up with new ideas and those kind of king ideas, as you say in Finnish, by really enforcing it to the new board members that just because it's in the budget doesn't mean you really have to do it. And if it's not worth it, if the volunteers don't want to do it, then it's not worth it.
Makes sense. Thank you. And as we're running out of time, I'd like to thank you, and let's give her a round of applause. Really good answers, really good answers. Thank you. I guess now it's time for a break, or up?
Yeah, we could now have a break. Is 10 minutes enough? 15? All right, 15 minutes break and go and eat something, and yeah. the doors. Thank you. And this part is the panel discussion, and it will be hosted by our lovely host.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Should the door be closed back there, please? Thank you, sir. Just give me a second. First, my dear candidates, could you please sit down on these seats, I guess? Is that the intention? And grab, I don't know, do we need those name tags now? I think, we see the names here. Yeah, that's smart thinking. So you can take the seats a bit forward. Yeah, that's good. Good leadership. So as a reminder to the Repco, or first I would remind you kind of to take notes whenever you kind of get up, make up some questions so that you don't forget them, because there's a lot of time in the end to ask questions. And this is the best way to kind of represent your voters, because people have trusted you, so this is a good chance to do so. So first we'll go through some normal questions that I have here. Then we have some yes or no questions, and then questions from you. The normal questions basically are targeted, but candidates feel free if you like to kind of also answer. So, for example, I could point the question here to Nikki, and then he would answer, and then if you'd like to Tilda or Juho answer, just raise up your hand so you can kind of complement or give your perspective as well. And then we also have a couple of questions that are directed to all. Oh yeah, that's important as well. Are you ready? Are you ready? Good. So first one, an easy one. How do you stand out from the other candidates? And this is for everybody, and let's start with Juho here.
I'd say I have a unique experience on this that my other candidates don't. I've been working in the student sphere longer, and I do also have the experience from work side as well.
I believe I have the best leadership experience out of us, and I believe I did very successfully. I have successfully led a board for a year.
Well, I've been at the KY board for 1 year, so I believe that I know the KY's ways of working and operations the best.
Thank you. Brief answers as they should be, so I forgot to mention that. Try to keep your answers in the time frame of 1 minute. But you see him know how to do it already, so good. I think this is a good one to everybody as well, so we can start from the other direction. So Tilda, what kind of a role should KY take in the ALTA community? What concrete steps will KY take to move towards this if you are elected as the former of the board?
So we are more than 25% of all ALTA people, and I think we should be seen in the ALTA community. I do believe that now that Kyrre lost some places, we really have to find the other ways to also influence in that space, and by starting off with getting to know the AYY board.
Yeah, we definitely need a strong advocacy and good collaboration with AYY board. I think in like upper level, KY has found its place in all the community really well. That we are larger than all the guilds and larger than Tokyo, but still like have kept our independence to some point. But when it comes to our members, I don't think our members are aware enough about all the possibilities that AYY has, and I believe like all the new students, for example, should be added to Otaniemi events group to actually know about everything happening outside of KY at Otaniemi.
Feel free. Oh, yeah, sorry.
Yeah. One thing I want to add to these good points was that one thing we always want to emphasize is that we are not a guild. We are something bigger, and we have a mutual respect with AYY, and that's how we want to keep it. We're on the same level.
Thank you. Then Nikki could start, and everybody should answer as well. We have a lot of time here, so I think these are good questions, so I'll just ask most of them from everybody. Currently, there's approximately 20 areas of responsibility that are allocated to the board members. Do you find the current way of allocating the responsibilities functional?
Yes, I do. If there was one that I would add, it would be a responsibility for all the community, but we shouldn't add that responsibility unless there's something concrete that a person would do. But that's something that could be discussed. Other than that, I believe the responsibilities are great as they are right now.
Yeah, you can take your next one. I got this one as well. Answer also to this one. All of you can answer the same question, this question. Yep.
So can you just repeat the question?
Currently, there's approximately 20 areas of responsibility that are allocated to the board members. Do you find the current way of allocating the responsibilities functional?
Yes, I think the responsibility should be allocated depending on the people who apply for the KY board.
And then Tilda, please.
Yes, the responsibilities are there for a reason. However, there are some synergies with the responsibilities that could be looked into. However, the synergies are not worth it if the persons elected are not motivated in that area.
Thank you. And maybe a bit of a change. So if any RepCo member feels that they have a direct question to any of the points that the candidates make, feel free to raise your hand, and I'll then probably judge that if we have time to kind of take a question at that point. But still at the end we have time for questions as well. Next one, let's start with Juho again. MMK rental agreement ends this year, and the finishing point of Saha's renovation is unsure. OPK is still far away in the future. How would you approach this issue at the beginning of the year?
Well, yeah, the question doesn't change because it's in the beginning of the year. So yeah, even regarding the context that we are losing MMK in 2 weeks, or is it actually 1 week? Anyway, regarding that, when the problem becomes as acute as this, we need to discuss with AYY because they have a lot of spaces. How much are they used right now or in the beginning of the year? How much can we fit ourselves in there? That's how I'd start tackling this question.
Nikki, please.
Yes, in short term, I believe we should keep developing PMK, and Saha has now been under construction. But we have to find a long-term solution, and if the OPK project doesn't seem like it's continuing, we have to keep our eyes open for other alternatives as well, because we need a permanent place that we don't have right now.
I believe in the beginning of the year we have to start discussing with KY Foundation to find long-term solutions.
Thank you. And then, as the chair of the board, it would be your responsibility to lead the whole board. Tell us about one strength and one weakness that you have as a leader. We already discussed a bit leadership, but repetition is always good. So one good thing and one kind of bad thing, I guess, or an improvement point. And Tilda, please start.
I think my strength is that I'm very approachable when people feel like they can come and talk to me. One of my weaknesses is when I get excited about something, I might end up talking quite a lot about it. But some self-reflection and people having the open space to tell me that they might not want to talk about it helps.
Yes, my biggest strength is that I can really bring out the best out of other board members, and my biggest weakness is that I can be over-optimistic.
I'd say my strength is definitely bringing the conversation out of people by demanding that the conversation be had. Not in a bad way, but in a good way. And my weaker points is one that if I'm frustrated, I'm sometimes bad at hiding it. It's something I've been getting better at all times, but it's a bit weaker point.
Could you give us an example when you have been frustrated, and how does that have been imaged, or an example?
Like how do I get frustrated?
Yeah, an example in your life when you've got frustrated, and
I'd say well, a specific example. Maybe when a situation doesn't go the way doesn't go the way I want to do it. But what I've learned to do in that situation is I write out my feelings. That's something that I learned from a close friend actually in writing my feelings down and then kind of giving it a perspective, and that's what's helped me so far.
But do you have any type of a case example when you've got frustrated in the life?
Oh yeah. Pikkulaskiainen 2022. We ordered 3 buses with which should have had mics and bathrooms, and none of those buses had mics, nor bathrooms. So we had to make extra stops during our way to Turku because people wanted to pee. And it was my first responsibility back in the day in cultural subcommittee, and it was a real hassle, but we survived it.
Thank you. If either of the two candidates also have a situation when you have got frustrated, and how have you kind of worked in that, you can now tell us an example. All publicity is good publicity now.
I can maybe share the story which most of the old Repco members remember when I've had a pretty nasty phone call with one of our partners, and unfortunately right after we had that representative council meeting, and then for me frustration comes out in tears. But I think looking at from another perspective and taking a step back helps.
Yeah, I believe for me, like the moment when I was most frustrated was in the summer of Neso year when we organized a Gothic trip for all the Nesos around Finland, and it was a task that like our board members didn't really want to do, and even for me it was like really additional. So it was really difficult to motivate people that hey, we have to take care of this well, and I think eventually we were able to do it quite well, and I accepted a lot of like laughing and so-called shoutenings from our board, but yeah, that was really difficult, and there was some frustration on me back then, I think.
Thank you for the good answers. Let's hop into Mikkeli. If there are any Mikkeli alumni Repco members here, feel free to add or ask some additional questions, but let's start off with mine. So a large portion of KY's members study in the Mikkeli campus. However, KY's presence in Mikkeli is not very strong. How do you think KY should ensure that students in Mikkeli feel like they are valuable KY members? Was it Niki's turn to begin?
Yeah, it's my turn to go. So when people are doing their bachelors in Mikkeli, they have a really strong culture there, and we should embrace it, and we shouldn't interfere too much. But we have to be visible, so people already then have touch points for KY to ensure that when people eventually move from Mikkeli here to KY, then they are somewhat familiar with us already. I think that's the most crucial. But the most difficult thing with proper relations is the moment when people move from Mikkeli to here. Because I don't think we've been too good at that, because people from Mikkeli haven't integrated here as well as they could, and I believe they could get more out of their time at Otaniemi. Luckily, they still like have their own community. There are lots of people from Proppa at Kyllä-alueella and Aaltopieti and so on, but there haven't been many at committees, and there hasn't been a board member since I think 2020 who has background.
Time. Tilda, I guess.
Well, some concreteness. I think this year our relation has been good, as we've visited actually Mikkeli and seen the culture and embraced the culture there and been part of it. And I don't think if we could organize, for example, together with the Proba board, a concrete excursion here to look at the campus, and it shouldn't be restricted by budget.
Juha, please.
Also, everybody answers.
Yeah.
Oh, well, to add to those, I definitely start with Proba's opinion on this. The last thing I wanted to do is that it starts from, the ideas come from us and to Proba. I'd rather come in from Proba to us. And Niki's exactly right that the big shift when they come here as masters, that's when we need to grab them onto the KY culture even stronger.
Good points. Then, starting from Juho, I guess. What is the biggest challenge for the KY board next year?
I'd say it's still the continuum that we've had for a couple years, and it's where is KY's place in Otaniemi. We are still kind of figuring it out, and it will continue for the next year definitely as well.
Thank you. Can you pass it to Nikki? Let's go.
To
Everybody.
make KY more cohesive and inclusive, I think a lot of progress can be made if you can do concrete things in multiple sectors, but that's an issue that the next board really have to take care of, and I believe we can make progress in that.
I believe the resource problem, so finding sustainable resources in all sectors.
If you got elected, what would you enjoy the most being the kind of chair of the board? And Tilda, feel free to begin.
Well, I would enjoy most being part of a team and continuing meaningful work. This has been a very meaningful year for me, and I believe that's the greatest part.
Definitely, I have to agree there. When the board is involved and is ready to work and have the first priority, everyone the same, that's just a unique feeling that you don't get in many places. And I believe that next year that will be the coolest thing ever.
Yeah, for me it's definitely being together with the next KY board. I believe we will have a lot of fun together.
Thank you. And then, are there some budget categories that could be re-evaluated? Is Nikki that begins? Yeah.
Yeah.
You said that you read all the budgets and all the other documents, so let's see.
Yeah. This is not the budget of KYRY, but the chairperson is also a member at KY Foundation. I think like there's a lot of budgeted project grants that KY Foundation has, and each year they are not like fulfilled. Like there's empty space in that budget. So I think that money could be used better if it would be used, for example, for our premises.
I feel like each part of our budget could be carefully looked at in each sector, and it should be transparent. But nothing.
Could you mention one in specific, one area?
One specific sector, one portion. Well, if we want to save resource and cut in events, then from there.
Okay.
I know this one's a bit unpopular, but what's it in English? Culture virkistys?
Refreshments. That's your answer? Thank you. And then, if you were chosen, how will KY be different in a year, and what will your board be remembered for?
I'd say definitely it's the thought process. It's the kind of value shift that I want to start regarding the growth in sectors where we are not traditionally or haven't been traditionally. I can open up this more later.
KY would be a better community, not just for those who have a background at subcommittees and committees, but actually for every student.
I would want my KY board to be remembered as a approachable and open board, which offers support to our members.
Thank you. Any questions from the Repco at this point? Otso was first, so let's start with him.
In terms of the money spent by the association, not the foundation, where do you see the value per euro being the greatest at the moment? So what's creating the most value compared to the money used in the association's activities at the moment? For all of you?
Premises.
I'd say, I lost the English word, but valiokunnat.
Committees, okay, thank you.
was it KYRU or all overall foundation?
Association.
Association. I think our employees.
Yeah. Hi everyone. I'm still Marko. So my question is, which daily or weekly routines or habits would you implement for the board or the KY office in general?
I answered this in two different ways. One is my dream way, which I know will not happen, so a utopia, and a more realistic one. I'm a morning person. So in my utopia, we'd start with the gym in the morning. But in a more realistic approach, I do want there to be a cohesion when it comes to our work times at the office. A bit more cohesion, maybe.
I was in one Aalto Entrepreneurs Society event this autumn, and they have an organization, non-profit organization called Revive, and Revive is focusing on like bringing providing well-being events for other people at their society. And I would want to discuss if they could have we could make some collaboration from having well-being events for the board and employees organized by them, because I believe it could improve the well-being of our office.
Could you repeat the question at this point?
Yeah, so which daily or weekly routines or habits would you implement at the KY office for the board or the office in general?
So that everyone would fill the Hauja report, so that the chair knows how our board is doing. So it's this application where you can track how you're doing this today and make reports on which has been a good week or not so good week and what could correlate to that.
Thanks.
Thank you. Great answers again. Then what should KY learn from other associations that operate in the Aalto community?
What could or could?
Actually, this says should, so let's go with should.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We're not perfect. We have much to learn. And again, coming back to support, we should also receive support. For example, there are some things that Guilds and AYY does better. So, yes.
But can you give some examples?
Yeah, for example, in Guilds, everybody can volunteer and become a volunteer and feel part of the community without even being a volunteer. For example, they have these friend tables at song night, so you don't feel lonely when you come to an event and so forth.
Yeah, I think one of the main reasons why board members should actively be in touch with people from other associations is to learn about new ideas. One thing I think where we could learn a lot about Teekkaris is their replacement for Mursu Passport. I don't remember what the name of it, but it works a lot better in there than what our Mursu Passport right now is, and I think that's the thing where we could learn a lot from them.
One thing that I do believe that we could learn from the guilds in Otaniemi is definitely the openness and the readiness to work with each other. Of course, we have our kind of it's a bit set against us because we came here as a big monolith, whilst they've been here for a longer time, except the arts people. But definitely the openness is something that we need to learn from them. That's what I've been learning whilst I've been with them.
Thank you. Some have critiqued KY for not taking a stance on societal and political issues actively enough. For example, student support cuts. How relevant do you see societal impact for KY and how should it be done?
Maybe for context, KY has taken stances on things. For example, we gave 50,000 euros for Ukraine's defense ministry back in 2022. And that was something that all of our members supported. But overall, when it comes to societal issues, especially involving students in the national front, I think we could have a hearsay, because we know it affects our members, and we know we have something to say about it. Of course, AYY is the one who produces most of the words that come from Aalto, But again, if they ask from Kylteri's opinions, that's where we come in.
Yeah, I think we should focus our resources on the things where we can have most effect and what are the most beneficial for our students. Well, this affects our students, but it's not a thing where we can have a lot of effect on. And I don't think KY should be any more political than what we are right now. And one thing is, which is especially crucial, is that if anything political is done, then it's talked in REPCO, because it has to actually be our members' opinion, not just board's opinion. But I don't think KY should be any more political than what we are right now.
Yeah, I agree with both, but I do feel like we do make a social impact through our alumni and through our students in this nation. It's just not maybe under KY's name.
Do you think we should do more? Does KY do enough at the moment?
I think we shouldn't be more political. It has almost destroyed KY back in the day. But we should be active in raising our voice when it comes to business students. But this can be done, for example, through Suomen Economit and through Kylteri networks and so forth.
Thank you. The heavy workload and its effect on the well-being of KY employees is discussed every year. How would you improve the working conditions at KY?
Starting with me?
I can't remember whose turn is it, but you felt excited, so feel free to start.
Lovely. I spent a year at the office. Well, this is a topic that I feel like KY has discussed every year, and there has been solutions given every year. First of all, to make the place more clean. It's quite a mess at the moment. But then also every time reinforcing how important life outside kind of the office is. And it is repetition, and there's so much you can do, but really enforcing that and showing example as a chair.
Yeah, I've understood that in past few years, KY board has done more operational stuff than they used to before, the type of stuff that used to belong to employees. So I think that's something that board could do less, or at least be critical if we are doing something too operational. And of course, that would increase the workload of employees. But I think we can, at some cases, forward our responsibilities for volunteers. And also, it is possible, if needed, to hire an employee, but it's not technically possible to extend the board, because that was tried in 2019, and apparently that didn't work very well.
It's always very important to remember that when it comes to this volunteer work, associations, guilds, it's a passion project for many people in which they want to thrust themselves like completely in. But that's where it usually comes into mental health and well-being. So we definitely have to balance that out by giving the room, or maybe at some points even forcing them to go back to their normal lives if it goes too far.
Related, let's think of a situation if you are the chairman of the board, chairperson of the board, and at some point, felt exhausted or started to feel exhausted and feel kind of pressure in a sense. So what kind of concrete or practical steps would you take as kind of the next steps in order to kind of avoid burning out yourself and kind of keeping everything together as the leader?
I'd definitely start with discussing with the executive director on this matter. What are the next steps that we need to take in there? Who can support me if I can't do the work that I'm supposed to do? And that's the discussion I start with the executive director, and from there see if there's someone in the office or in the board who might be able to take some of that pressure off.
Yes, I agree completely with you on what should be done if I would be too exhausted. One thing I try to do a lot to avoid that is that I want to exercise. And I'm actually been thinking about going to run a marathon in next summer, so that's an incentive for myself to actually take care of myself. So yeah, by having like exercising, not just like doing KY stuff.
Can you again repeat the question so I know how to?
Yeah, kind of a case example in a situation if you would be the chairperson of the board and at some point just start to feel exhausted that this is too much at this point, too much work, too much to think about, and kind of feeling the lose the control of everything. So what kind of practical steps would you take next in order to manage the damage control?
Yeah, well, prioritize, really cut down in everything that doesn't have to be done by the chair. Then asking the vice chair and of course Heidi where the work can be divided. But then really focusing on routines. Routine is what helps keep well-being in balance.
Do you think that the chairperson, and this for everybody, could have a break of some time at this point already? Or do you think that as a potential option? And kind of let the vice chairperson take the lead, for example?
Like during the year, have a break. Yeah, it's been done this year as well, and it's KY is still alive and well, even though Rasmus has been away for a week.
Yeah, and that definitely should be done before chairperson burns out.
We shouldn't have a position where you wouldn't be able to take a week off. That's it.
Thank you. Then, I mentioned vice chair, and Tilda also mentioned. So, what do you think is the vice chairperson's role in the KY board, related kind of to your position from that perspective, maybe? And how should the chair and vice chair work, kind of cooperate together?
I'd say this question is really person context, or it depends on who applies to be the vice chair of the board and how they view their work and how it will work with them, definitely. So I can't say like an objective, perfect answer on this. But when it comes to the vice chair in a board overall, usually when it comes to advocacy or presenting themselves or presenting the KY or the whole association, that's what they are assigned to.
Yeah, of course, like vice chair has his or her own responsibilities that they have to take care of. But still, like I believe that like chair and vice chair should lead the board together as much as possible, because that's how we like together we can do better than alone. But what is like mostly like chair's role, which is not vice chair's role, is to represent KY, and that takes a lot of time from chair.
I believe that the role of vice chair is to, first of all, also stand with the chair in matters, but also be able to kind of challenge the chair and then help the board, maybe see more how the board is doing as chair has a lot of representing and maybe meetings outside the office.
Thank you. A bit back to well-being and related to members, how could KY support the well-being of its volunteers and ensure that they will not get exhausted because of voluntary work at KY?
Yeah, the biggest issue in volunteers' well-being is often with subcommittee boards. So it has to be discussed with them to be like acceptable for themselves, and also make people understand that if there is an event that is like too exhausting for subcommittees, which is maybe a tradition but it's not needed anymore, then be able to reduce the workload, because like subcommittees are doing so much at the moment that they have to be critical on the amount of work that they are taking as volunteers.
And a quick one to that, Nikki, how would you then implement this in practice? How would you do it?
Yeah, at least last year when I was a chair of Neso, we had meetings with the chair of KY board as well as executive director. So I think these topics, it's important that these topics are talked in these meetings, and that's the way how I would implement it.
I don't have much to add, but also showing example. So we have to feel well and at the office, and also reduce maybe our events to show example for the subcommittees.
Thank you.
And to maybe look at this from a bit different perspective, or a new perspective, is also the big question for a lot of people is how do they balance the volunteer work and the school that they have. And that is where I want to come in with all the university as well and maybe do some kind of joint project on that. We do, of course, have Be Well, but what else can we put on top of it, especially now that we have the person who is working on the Be Well project and is paid for isn't going to do it anymore.
Thank you. How could KY be better in hearing the opinions and ideas of our many, many members? Include concrete examples.
I think the best example this year was the member survey. Can we do it every year? Right now, the answer rate was, what, 484, something like that, so it was about 10% of our whole membership. It's still not enough, and we all know it. One thing we've done with Kova this year that I loved, thank you, Kim, is that we actually jalkauduimme to this fine building, and we actually asked people's opinion on that. We got hundreds of different opinions on how they're doing in their studies. And that's something that I hope that we will do in KY in the future as well.
Yeah, I agree that it's great what Kova has been doing this year. On top of that, I think the KY website there should be an open forums where every member could write their thoughts, opinion, concerns. So there would be a clear path where people can actually express what they have in mind.
I agree. I actually feel like we have quite a lot of surveys, and typically increasing the amount doesn't increase the participation in them. We can get more data from the school and use it to hear our members, but also be where our members are and be approachable as an office, and as of course that goes to our committees as well, to have a diverse office.
Thank you. What do you think then is the relationship between volunteers and the KY board? Is there something to improve? You can start, Tilda.
Thank you. We have a lot of volunteers, and the relationship with volunteers differs very much depending on association and a board year. It could always communication and support can be increased, but I do think that the KY board has also a good knowledge of our volunteers and how much they do for us.
Can you repeat the question?
Of course. What is the relationship between volunteers and the KY board? Is there something to improve?
Yes, there is. KY board in past years have really actively participated at the events of subcommittees and committees, but I think the board should be more fair and diverse in that not just to prioritize the events of committees and subcommittees, but also club events at times, because that would bring KY board more visible part of our community, and large amount of our events are organized by clubs, not just subcommittees and committees.
Definitely. I think it's a fine line. How much can you demand a board member to be present in different events? Because it's going to take a toll on them for sure, because there's all the song nights for different committees or subcommittees. There's all the events, and it can accumulate into quite a high amount. But yeah, the visibility, how to be present, that's definitely something that we have to do. There's a big physical problem, which everyone knows, that it's Espila. It's a different building on the other side of the whole road, and everyone is not brave enough to come there, for example. And that's something that we definitely have to work as a whole KY. Didn't know if I answered your question, but yeah, that's my 5 cents.
Yes, you did. It was okay. Thank you. All right, that's it for the open questions. Now let's move into the yes or no questions. I'll give you, where are they? Thank you. Can you, if you can help me out, thanks. And let's first split you also a bit. So if you could come to this side, and how we will do it is eyes closed, and also kind of just to make sure that you don't sense others' gestures of raising hands and so on. So if you can take the chair and move it on this side, and then Nikki, you could move your chair to the, no, there, right. And yeah, the classic, try to remember which one is in which hand. And yeah, so I can repeat how it goes. So let's do so that you have the, blue one in your right hand and the red one in your left hand. All right, and So everybody, eyes closed. I'll first ask a couple of questions, and then I'll give the opportunity to Repco also to ask questions with the labs. And yeah, I'm feeling good. Yeah, I'm feeling good as well. Good. Yeah, I can say when you can put the labs down as well. What? Labs down. What is lappu in English? Kind of ticket or something? I don't know. Whatever. Let's go into the main questions. So if you agree, right hand up. If you don't agree, left hand up. I guess you understood already. So KY is an inclusive community. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention. You can put them down. I forgot to mention that I might ask some additional questions. So Nikki, you had the red one up. Could you quickly explain? You'll get a microphone in a second. Keep your eyes closed, please. No, you can open the eyes now.
Yeah, I don't think KY is inclusive enough. Like lots of our members feel very distant about what KY is, and they have a large threshold to attend like the most important KY activities. So I don't think we are inclusive enough yet.
Could you, Heidi, help me out kind of when I ask these additional questions? Thank you very much. Eyes closed, please. International students should have same opportunity to participate in KY's activities as Finnish-speaking students have. International students. Down, please. KY should put more effort into establishing and maintaining relationships with other associations at AYY. Juho, how would you do it? You can put them down and open your eyes for a while.
I'd say yes. It's always about the bridge building because people change in KY side and in AYY side as well. And we shouldn't ever take for granted, like, yes, we know the people there, or yes, it's always constant communication on both sides. So yes, we always need to improve it. That's the mentality that we need to have towards it.
Eyes closed, please. Subcommittees get too much attention compared to clubs. Nikki, what would you change? You can put them down, thanks.
Yeah, I just mentioned this, and I think I've mentioned it once before too, but I think the board should students prioritize subcommittees as much when attending events. There are like the board members attend a lot of subcommittees, but they could prioritize club events as well. And also like to add that it's great that now there's a song night for clubs coming up, but there has been 2 of those for subcommittees in multiple years. So I'm glad that's finally happening, but it's still a progress, I think.
Thank you. Eyes closed, please. Subcommittees should get less money from KY. Thank you. If I'm not elected as the former of the board, I will still apply as a board member. Remember, this is recorded. Okay, you can put them down, thank you. And let's start off with Juho. Why is that?
As of right now, I will not be applying for the board. I have a lot of good options to pursue if I'm not going to be chosen as the former of the board. I'm still thinking about it. I do have to admit, and I do want to talk with the new former of the board if I'm not chosen, but as of right now, I'm not applying.
Yeah, let's go through everybody. So first, Tilda, why not? Oh yeah, well, no. Well, you can answer. I kind of understand. No, yeah, you don't need to answer. Yeah, but Nikki, why would you? And maybe which role or something?
Yeah, I want to still contribute to KY. I would apply to be a cultural responsible. And if I'm elected to be the form of the board, I'll definitely have great discussions with Juho and hope that he's going to apply.
Thank you. Eyes closed, please. Please say somebody's cheating. I can't see everybody's face. KY should take a stand more actively on political issues. Juho, based on your face, you know that you have to say a couple of words, please. Elaborate.
Not on every political issue, definitely not. But when it comes to student sphere, the national one, there are changes happening right now. And if they want Gylderi's opinions, I think we have to tell them. Definitely. If they give us room to work inside the media, that's where we have to use it. We can use it. We can be something.
Would that be kind of the task of the chair or the board, whole board?
I do also want to emphasize that this doesn't take resources from the KY a lot, take opinions on it. I'd say definitely who wants to contribute in the board can. That's how I'd see it. But yes, as the chair of the board, I would be ready and willing to do that.
And maybe a question to the others. If the board together decided to focus on political issues, would you be happy to kind of lead that role? Yeah, I'll start with Nikki.
Yeah, definitely, if that's the board's opinion. But I think then it's crucial that our political statements are something that really reflects what our members think and they are taught in REPCO.
Yes, if our members are asking for that, but being very careful on what those stances are, and that it only on issues that relate to students, and then maybe more, I would encourage AYY then to take a stance.
Thank you. Eyes closed, please. Compensation for the KY board should be increased. It is? Okay.
In the budget estimates.
I didn't know that it's been increased already. Should it be increased even more? Let's go with that. Should it be increased even more? Okay. How much is it going to be? Okay, thank you. Do you think that the rising was a good idea? It should have been done. Do you think it was a good decision to bring the salaries up a bit? Okay. Let's see if we have more here. Yeah, we have a couple of ones. Hang in there. It's soon your turn. So the skewed gender distribution at the School of Business is a problem for KY. Let's start with Juho. You can put them down and open your eyes. Why do you see it as a problem?
I don't see it.
Yeah, sorry, yeah. Why don't you see it as a problem?
I know this is something that Aalto is fighting very actively to get more females into the School of Business. Is that a battle that we need to have? I don't think so. We deal with the people who become our members, and that's it. But who becomes our members, that's not for us to decide.
Thank you. And Tilda, you could also elaborate a bit. Nikki, you can open your eyes if you want. I understand that you might be concentrating on sleeping.
I don't see it as being currently KY's, for example, main issues. We still have, or for example, females are overrepresented at our volunteer base, for example. But still, it has to be looked at because it will probably bring a different kind of vibe. I know myself when I've been in spaces where there's only men, it can be very different from others or for other experiences.
Yeah, I agree with what Juho said, that that's mostly the concern of the school. But I was just discussing with a friend who said that she probably would have not applied the finance because it's so like male-oriented. So it actually brings like unnecessary barriers for people. So yeah, but I think that's something that like schools should focus on taking care of, not KY.
Yep. Couple more, two more on my behalf. So eyes closed, please. The yearly budget for KY should be increased. Thank you. And last on my behalf, do you like Jallu? Juho, why not? If you have a story, you can tell it now.
I think the older I get, the more I hate it, but Jallupiimä is an exception. I love it. I love Jallupiimä. Maybe it's the piimä, but I don't know.
Tilda has a point. I think that's how it usually goes. People are different. All right, that's all on my behalf. But if the Repco has first of these Lappu questions, let's start off with those and then with open questions. So feel free to shout, but let's put hands up instead, actually. Otherwise, it can be a shouting competition. But candidates, please eyes closed and hands up if anybody has anything. Please, sir.
Yeah, hi, Marko. Are you coming to see Go Spexi next week? Good answers.
Anybody else? Oh yeah, thank you.
Hi, Sanni speaking. About the political stances that we were discussing a little bit back, I think AYY and the school are doing like a lot of political stances or taking like a stance on like things that impact students. So do you think that KY not necessarily make their own stances on those political things, but repost the things that the school and AYY think or post, so that our like volunteers and our members would be more informed of those things that impact us? Shouldn't be reposting, or should be? So that was a long one. How do I make it shorter? Like our school and the AYY are making a lot of stances, like political stances. Do you think that KY should post or repost those things that AYY and the school are posting to make our members more informed about those things? Repost, like not make our own statements necessarily.
And feel free to kind of ask additional questions if you want.
Well, can you elaborate? Why not?
I wouldn't, as our communication channels are quite crowded already. But I would want our members to be more informed about AYY and our school's channels. So I hope they would follow those and get the information from there.
I'm not sure if that reflects our members' opinion, at least before it's talked in Repco.
I really like the way that our former of the board, or head of the board, Niko Yläpoikelus, did this, that how he took part in things was writing opinion columns on Helsingin Sanomat, for example. But no, I don't think we need to repost specific things.
Thank you. Topias?
Hello, Topias speaking. If KY would get an event venue from Helsinki, should we rent it or not? The blue one is, yes, we should rent it. And the premise is super good and super suitable for KY.
Nikki, why not?
If it's really suitable, we shouldn't rent it, we should buy it.
Good answer. Sir, in the front row.
My question is, is it a good thing that our student intakes are growing or not? So blue is yes, and red is no. Okay, why?
That was a really good question. The student intake can grow, but we need to ask what are the resources that Aalto has and what are the resources that we have to deal with it. And it doesn't, when the student intake grows, it doesn't mean that Aalto's resources grow at the same time. So the problem comes to faculties and how can they actually do the best for every and each individual student. So that's the fear that I have.
Yeah, I have to agree what you have said. If we don't have more, we need more resources if you have more students, but if you have the same amount of resources, then it's just like it's worse for students.
Totally agree. And also from this career perspective.
And also feel free now to ask open questions as well. We can kind of keep the in your hands, but yeah, also. You can say if it's an open or not, so they can open their eyes.
It's an open question. You can open your eyes also. Yeah. So, in terms of AYY integration of Kulturis, or KY, which you all discussed in your statements at the beginning, do you see it as a one-way or two-way street? And to be a bit more specific, do you think that we should work to make our events more accessible and lower the threshold for other AYY members to join our events, even if it's costing our members spots in the events, which are quite limited even at the moment? And because this is an open one, please tell us why.
I'd say tentatively yes. I do believe that there are some synergy benefits, and it's a two-way road, definitely. The more people from KY find AYY volunteer positions, for example, or just events, it's always great that they integrate more into the other community. But the same way goes to the other way around. I do believe that we want all the community people to find KY as well. And I do still want to emphasize that I don't see it as black and white. I do understand that there are limited spots in some certain events, but I do want to see other people than Kulturis there as well.
Yeah, it has to work in two ways. We can't expect our members to be able to go to AYY, like Tekkari events, if Tekkaris are not allowed to come to our events. But I don't think this problem is solved by just like access, or like bring people here. We have to communicate better to our students what is there in Otaniemi. And I mentioned Otaniemi events as a group where I think there are way too little Kulturis because people just don't know enough about events happening in Otaniemi. I think that would be the best way that we could increase our integration.
Yes, two-way street, goes both ways. I think that yes, we have to first of all remember KY Foundation's rules, that we are first and foremost when we have to prioritize for Kulturis. But that doesn't mean that having a relation or having Tekkaris our events sometimes, for example, at Vapputerde, which is a scalable one where for example, Tekkaris could come and feel the KY spirit, that's very necessary. And it's seen in startup world where there are natural connections between Tekkaris, Kulturis and arts.
Thank you. Good answers, good questions so far. I remember seeing one. Yeah, Kasper first.
So yes, Kasper speaking. This one is for Tilda. Yeah. You mentioned that during your year as committee chair, your biggest mistake was pushing your own ideas from top down to your committee members, which were who were not completely on board with your vision. How would you prevent from that happening again next year as a chair?
Oh no. That's a very good question, and I think I learned a lot from that experience, and I believe that I was so excited to be a part of the KY board, and I had so many ideas as I had not been part of any committee. So I kind of wanted to take the role of an actual committee member or a volunteer. But I do believe that I've learned from this year, and I've learned that teamwork and not having this from upside down or from up to down look works at all. The motivation has to come from our volunteers, but also from the board members.
Good evening, my name is Andre, and I'm probably the only person in the REPCO who does not speak Finnish. I would like to ask you all, how would you include international students, and especially those who do not speak Finnish, more into KY? Please be as concrete and as specific as possible. Thank you.
Do I start? Okay, there's been a battle as well for many years, as you probably know from Proba as well. I believe that we should get international students more involved in our events. That doesn't mean that all of our events should be hosted in English, but more that they would feel welcome, even though it might be stated that the singer is in Finnish or most of the students there are Finnish. Then also thinking about what our international students are attracted to, and we've noticed here probably maybe same in Proba that it's maybe smaller scale non-alcoholic events, so then getting them on board, and then also to our committee so that we can change from inside out.
Yeah, that's really an issue. I was just in AVEC song night, and I was there with my dad, and he asked that, hey, are there any people here who don't speak Finnish? And I was like, I don't think there are. And he asked me why, because there are like hundreds of people at KY who don't speak Finnish as their first language. And that really got me thinking that our international students haven't integrated as good as they could be. And there are a couple of things that we should do. First one is that I don't think our event advertisements should start with, this event is held in Finnish in caps locks. I think that was actually yeah, but yeah, I don't think it should be done. I think the language could be there with like when and what and so on. The second thing, there will always be events in English and in Finnish, but I believe as a board we should encourage at least our committees to take care that like our people who don't speak Finnish can feel comfortable at the events. Last year the joululauluilta was organized mostly in English and it worked really well.
Yeah, I don't have a lot to add to that. Definitely when it comes to conversation, how do we include more international people, I want the conversation, I want to hear their opinion. Because I know I don't have the best ideas regarding this. I know I want to hear their perspective on the matter. That's the one thing that I would add.
Hey, Elis here. Question to all of you, and I hope I get different answers. But it's a two-part question. Like, what do you think is the biggest academic affair problem for a School of Business student, and how would you tackle it in KY board? And please, if your answer is similar to the previous one, please differentiate your tackling. Thank you.
So what is the biggest academic affair problem for a singular? I'd say it's definitely about course feedback and how it's listened on the faculty side, because this differentiates from like top to bottom on differently how well do teachers actually listen to us on certain courses. Every one of us can name a course which doesn't change, even though a lot of students feel like it should be changing to a different certain direction. This is something that I think KY can actually give a bit of feedback into, because we are in the right organs here in the School of Business, and we can give feedback on that, and we should.
Yeah, this year the hot topic of academic affairs has been the question of a language, and I think it's going to continue next year. But when it comes to an individual student, I think the biggest question is that when there is an ongoing growing intake, how do we make sure that the level of our courses stay? And I think like best we can do is to have strong advocacy towards that and be proactive to our school that hey, make sure that the quality stays there.
I was gonna answer either of your two answers, but yeah, no. I think the kind of quality level, so that the courses would be all quite in the similar level. So we've seen with different faculties that the quality differs. So I think that could be tackled, of course, by having communication. But I do believe that's more the duty of the next academic affair responsible.
Hi, it's Eric. This is an open-ended question to all of you, but you touched upon this a little bit. You mentioned that KY could grow into new areas. What would these be, and how would you facilitate this growth? But all of you could answer. Thanks.
Yeah, I can start. If we would have resources, I would love us to have an international committee. The committee would work in both ways. Firstly, it could like offer our domestic students like knowledge about trainee positions in other countries, and on the vice versa, it could offer events, especially during the orientation at autumn and the beginning of spring, to our international students who might have wanna have different events that are local styles, for example, like sightseeing in Helsinki and so on. So I think international committee could work in both ways, and it would increase the amount of volunteers here.
Could you repeat the question?
Are there some specific areas in which KY could grow into that they do not participate into yet, or like explore new pathways?
That's a very, very good question, because I'm a big believer that, for example, the international committee is a path that should be maybe tested in the future, but I believe that most of the things should then be maybe more developed, and I feel like a lot of good ideas have been also already created, and we should use our resources in developing.
Yes, the first I want to say that I should have highlighted that I know the idea of international committee has been brought by this year's board, so great for you.
I still want to go with entrepreneurship. If we look at KY's past 100 years, how we got to this point was by making companies or buying existing parts of them. Back in '91, we had Ecomen Group, which failed, and we lost a lot of money on that. And after that, we haven't done any investing on singular companies except buying A-Talent back in 2014, was it? But I do still think that if we want, we could start helping students, KY students, start companies. And that's where I want to see us in 2030.
Hi, Sanni speaking. From which budget would you start funding these companies that students would be making, like the RI or the association or the foundation?
Yeah, so right now the foundation doesn't allow us into investing singular companies, as you might know. I have no idea how to change the foundation rules, and I don't know if we should do that, but this is a conversation that I do want to have. I want to bring it into the framework of the representative council, for example. How do we want to support our students? Because right now there's a lot of ambitious entrepreneurial students, especially in the Aalto School of Business, but they just leave the KY community because we have nothing to give to them.
Yeah, we actually talked about this with KY Foundation, and apparently they could give like grants of around 2,000 euros and around like 4 or 5 of them annually for startups started by KY students. And that's something I really want to advocate in KY Foundation, that it could be done, put into practice next year.
Yes, this question is for Nikki. Regarding the failure you mentioned, the situation with permissions of Jaastriaha, how have you worked yourself to be more punctual? Like concrete examples, if you have any.
Yes, one concrete thing I've done more and more in like past 2 years is to use calendar. I use it like really a lot now. I have like even like really small things there that's just like, hey, go to a mall so you don't forget that. Or go shopping, because yeah, I can be sloppy at times, and I've had to learn to live with that. And these are the type of tasks I now put to my calendar, and since then there hasn't been any tasks I've forgotten.
Thank you. My name is Otava, and I want to ask a question about the challenges of students from Mikkeli moving and integrating to masters in Otaniemi. There was already a question, thank you for that. But I would like you to elaborate. How would you ease this transition process so that the students from Mikkeli campus could feel that they are part of KY once they're here?
Yes, that's a good question. I feel like it is introducing kind of the campus already beforehand, so it's not a jump, and KY culture through Vappu and through Mursujaiset to Probba and feel the community, but then also going to Mikkeli. So also introducing our subject clubs there and the possibilities that they would have volunteering there, and also giving, when they come here, all of what we have to offer and where they could, for example, join and volunteer.
I've been talking with 2 former Proppa members about an event possibility, which would take place in KY's premises here at Otaniemi. The event would be organized by so-called Proppa oldies, like people who used to be at Proppa and are now doing their masters here. And that event would be like targeted to all different like Proppa years, including the people who are still doing the bachelors in Mikkeli and masters here. And this would be great for Proppa community, of course, but it would be like one more touch point for bachelors who are at Mikkeli to like come here to become familiar with our event, with our premises and Otaniemi. And I also believe that volunteers, who I think there would be, who would organize this event here, that would integrate them a lot, because they would organize an event at KY premises, maybe they have meetings at Espila and so on. So I believe that wouldn't just like be something more for Proppa, but it could actually like help people to integrate better with Otaniemi. And that's a topic I would want to discuss with the future Proppa board and Proppa responsible.
Thank you. Nikki, I'm going to make you defend a statement of yours. So, while we were talking about budgets and money, you mentioned that the subsidies committee of ASAN usually doesn't manage to expend their whole budget on grants yearly. So, do you see that the best option, which you mentioned, was budget cuts? Do you see that as the best option? And does this signal that you don't think the project grants create as much value as, for instance, the investments in premises? And why would you not rather make it so that more people are applying for the grants and it gets used?
Yes, that's definitely a topic I would want to talk with subsidized committee. But I think this has been the case in past few years, and there's been a lot of effort on making people more aware of the project grants that can be got. For example, the Toto speed dating or something like that. And so far the effort hasn't worked. And if it could be done, then great, because project grants can improve our culture too. But the same thing has been there for a couple of years now, and I think we should at least consider cutting a bit and then using that money on something else, for example, premises.
Yeah, so Juho, I was going to ask you about your failure as I did with other two candidates, but I think that you already like covered that thing up well. You said that you write your feelings down as such. But yeah, other thing, if not chosen as former of the board, what are the other options you mentioned? Is it too personal, or can you answer this?
I don't answer. I'm not going to answer this right now. I'll say it this way.
This is for Nikki, and this is a little bit of a longer question. You mentioned that the Mursa passport is not working the way it could be, and that we could learn a lot of how fuksis are treated, or how guilds do their kind of fuksikasvatus. To my understanding, much of the fuksikasvatus is based on the fact that it's mandatory, that they will get their cap, they have to do the working point and visit the museum and so on. So did you mean by that that we have to make some Mursa passport things mandatory for KY students, that they can go to Ullis next Vappu, or what did you mean with that?
No, I don't think it should be mandatory, and I have to say I don't know enough about fuksikasvatus. I would want to talk about that with Tekkaris. But there's also, like, I think in Buumi, in Tampere's Association for Business Students, they also have a passport that actually encourages Smurfis, their first year students, to come to events, and they want to like collect stamps, because I feel like Mursa passport here doesn't really have a purpose right now. So they are another place where we could learn a lot, but I don't have a complete like idea on how that passport would be, but I think especially if I wouldn't be selected to be a former of the board and I would be taking care of like new students, I would definitely want to discuss about that with people who have a more successful version of a passport.
Thank you. So this one is with the labs, the markers, the things. So please take them in your hand and close your eyes. It's a bit trickier, so let's see how you manage. So basically, the question is, if you were not chosen as the chairperson, which one of the two kind of left should be chosen? And how it works is that Nikki in the center, you kind of just choose that hand, which person you want, and then people on the sides, kind of the side that is not the center should be the person kind of on the other side. You understand me? Okay, so usually this has been so that people just say them out loud, but I think it's a bit sensitive, so let's do it this way. So if you want Tilda to be, you raise this one, and if you want Nikki, this one. And then, I don't know if you saw Tilda, Nikki probably knows what to do. If you want Nikki, this one, and then you this one. Everything okay? You can consider a bit. But yeah, raise them, please. Interesting. So if you, yeah, that can easily be forgotten in that one. But yeah, so if you were not chosen as the chairperson, which one should be? Which one of the two? Okay. All right. Repko, any other questions there? Great.
Hello everyone, Eero speaking. Some of our members who haven't been in subcommittees feel that committee volunteering is continuum after subcommittee year, and therefore they hesitate to apply. Is there something concrete what could be improved with recruitment process to encourage first-time volunteers to apply?
Yes, I believe our members should be allowed to, or like feel like they could apply for committees regardless of their background and regardless of their academic year. What we can do is now the volunteer promotions are coming up, so especially hopefully people will get excited about Kore, and we've really done some work there, and then emphasize to the future board members how important it is to recruit a diverse group.
Yeah, I think there's still quite a lot of people with subcommittee backgrounds applying to committees, but there are too little people without the subcommittee background applying to committees, and I think that's the biggest issue. I've been talking about this quite a lot tonight, but the threshold for those who haven't volunteered before, especially at subcommittee or subcommittee boards more specifically, have a really large threshold to apply to committees because KY is so distant to them, and I think that is the main issue.
One of the ways I would tackle this is that I would actually market committees to Mursus as well. Of course, there's the problem of Mursus already have an infoähky about all the information that they get, so too much information. But still, I talked with a couple of Mursus last week and they didn't even know what Kova or Kuva was. And if we start marketing it to Mursus as well, I think it kind of like accumulates once the years go that people start understanding it better.
Hi, Elis again. So, you know, everything ends at its time, like this panel, and also our student years. Do you think, how would you develop our relationship with alumni of business school, or is that even something that we should spend resources on? After all, they've already left.
Absolutely. The support that we get from our alumni is so valuable, and we can use so much with that information. I do believe that we should, again, put our heads together with the school and focus on quality, and to KY be present at school's event, for example, alumni reunion.
Yeah, I've been talking this with some current board members, and I agree what they have said, that we should more like try to integrate KY alumni and then the alumni that are from like Aalto University. Because now we have like overlapping alumni sales and we are spending resources on KY alumni, which currently doesn't provide enough, so we have to renew our alumni system.
Yes, I concur with the other answers that were given out late already. So basically, if Aalto alumni or Aalto Business School of alumni is a stronger point at this point than KY alumni, let's work with that one. And of course, keep the KY alumni as it is, but let's focus on what we can do together.
Yeah, I've been making notes all evening. But what would you say are like the inflection points of the year or during the year, like the most important days or weeks of the year, upcoming year?
So overall, the most important days of the student year. Yeah, well, of course, there's the KY Celebration Week. That's not the official name in English, but the week that KY turns older 1 year again. Yes. Then there's the Vappu. Then there's the orientation weeks, and then there's the other celebration week.
I think the most important one is orientation week, because that's when we make our first impression for like 1,000 new members.
To add on also our well-being week, and for the KY board next year, Nordic Forum that is hosted in here.
Yes, now that we are on the topic of well-being, I want to ask about thanking our volunteers. So at the moment, I think we do it mostly by providing more parties, the song nights for committees, song nights for clubs, song nights for subject clubs. So do you think that that is the way to promote well-being at KY in a way that we want it to promote it, like we want well-being to be embedded in all of our actions, and yet we promote like hard work with more partying, which isn't necessarily the best way to recover from that hard work. So what do you think of this, and how would you change it if you would?
Yeah, when thinking about Jaostopäivä, the subcommittee days that we had last year, I think it wasn't just about partying and thanking, but it had a really important like integration effect on lots of our board members and active members who participated there. It was a way to like connect the subcommittee training, with having fun together. And I like that there was like a lot of KY board and KY office members there too, because I think that brought like KY closer to subcommittees. And I think like the song night for clubs and subject clubs, they can have a similar effect if that is connected with training that will take place anyways. And if there's, again, I want to emphasize that I don't want board members to attend to more events, but not just part of the subcommittee events. If there would be like some board members and employees there, I think that can actually like integrate people with our culture more, because that's definitely what it did to at least our subcommittee in last year. So I would keep those song nights as they are, but change them a little.
Yeah, first of all, I do want to say that's a really good question. Overall, I haven't thought about it that way. One thing about how to reward our volunteers, I'll tell them thank you for the work that they've done. Top of my head, what if we get the lagoon in Keilaniemi for one day for all our volunteers? I think that'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, I think the sense of community from these thanking song nights can be brought in other ways as well. But I feel like, for example, now the club song night is very wanted from our club members. So then it should be there as our club members really want to join it. But then remembering to thank our volunteers and our, for example, club members throughout the year for their work. And for example, first day getting a karaoke, like the screen, was one of the best gifts we've ever gotten.
Mikko, I'm sorry, this is a long question. Okay, so first some background and then the actual question. So all of you have also spent some time discussing with old KY board members, old KY office members about things in preparation for your application here now. And also it tends to be that the KY board might be one of the final steps for somebody within the community, so in some sense they disappear. And with them, because it's only 1 year at a time, a lot of information per year also disappears with that. How would you better utilize this information that could be gathered from former people working in the KY office in things that you might need more information on during the year? And I would like to hear some mechanisms and not just, oh, I would call this guy.
So just to rephrase it on my mind and ask confirmation from your side. So how do we keep information even though there's leakage in people leaving?
Yes, and how to better utilize, what kind of a tool or system should be in place to utilize that information when needed?
I think one really great way that KY has it on the bigger picture is the toimintakertomus, which is annual report, yes. And I found it really fascinating, but of course it's the big picture. can we have those annual reports on smaller scale as well, for example? Not in the kind of testamenty way, but maybe just rephrasing through the steps that happen during the year. That'd be really interesting.
I have to say that because I haven't been at KY board or KY office, I don't know what documents are there right now, so I don't think I can answer that any better right now.
Well, I've seen this, where information gets lost and done things that had been tried back in 2019, that I tried again. But I would do it so that I've noticed that our KY board alumni are really enthusiastic in sharing their opinions, and they are really ready to come and meet the new board. So, for example, in the beginning of the year, maybe after the trainings, because it's a very intensive period, have the KY board 2024 meet the KY board 2023, for example, in morning school, and to discuss what was made last year and bounce some ideas. And then also have those, for example, I feel like Yrppa At, which is a fun event at the end of the year where I could meet the former corporate relation responsibles, is nice, but that could be even in, for example, March, more not so party related, but where they could tell what they've done during their years and share that wisdom, because there's so many documents to read in the beginning of the year.
Yeah, hi again. What would you improve in the way the board works with the representative council?
Good question, because I think how we as a board have worked this year has been great. I feel like there's been bouncing of ideas and being present at the representative council meetings, but really emphasizing how important it is for all of the board members to be there to hear representative council's thoughts, and then also hear what has been said at the AYY level as well.
Yeah, I believe it's really important that Repo's opinion is heard, and it's not just like stamping the decisions that the board makes. We really have to listen to Repco. And one thing where I would really emphasize the importance of Repco is, this hasn't been relevant this year, but when KY does some, and if we do some political statements. Like the only statement that I think was done this year was about the language, and that was so urgent that there was no time to put it into Repco. But if there had been Repco meeting, then I hope that would have been discussed at Repco, because even though the board has the mandate of Repco, Repco represents our members' opinion a lot better than the board itself.
I would do want to emphasize when it comes to Repco and the KY board that it's a two-way road. Like, you have to spar us, we have to spar you. That's how I saw it the couple last years that I've been in the KY Repco. It definitely needs better attitude from both sides, because you guys, or we guys, because we are also Repco members at this point, is where the bright ideas are, is where we hear from the members, and we can bring it to the KY board, to us, or to the KY board, in a sense.
I have a question relating to what you guys said about getting opinions from Repco, especially I think what Nikki said. As somebody who has been in the last season of Repco as well, especially during the first year, it was an active issue that it was difficult to get enough members to the meetings, and the discussions were pretty non-existent. So how would you work around this situation if you want feedback and insights from Repco, but you just don't seem to be getting any? Do you think it is the former of the board's role to try to activate the conversation, and how would you do it?
I do think that the former of the board can demand answers from the Repco, definitely. Of course, it's going to affect what the Repco does answer, but that's also our responsibility to bring conversations that the RepCo finds interesting. For example, the entrepreneurship. I think we all have opinions on that, just as an example. So you guys have bright ideas. We need to bring the conversations into you, and you need to participate on them.
How do you kind of motivate RepCo to be more present? Do you have any kind of ways to do that?
Well, this is something that I believe is happening in the last RepCo of the year, right, Aino? So we're going to have some Pokeballs. This. It's for the old RepCo, don't laugh. But no.
Yeah, I think the best way that the board can affect the activeness of RepCo is by making sure that the things that the board brings to RepCo to discuss are actually relevant, and that the RepCo isn't just like stamping the decisions, but there's actually great discussions on RepCo is heard. I think that is the best thing that KY board can do to keep the RepCo active.
Yeah, submit also our materials on time, so that there is enough time to read them through and have discussions, for example, in the Telegram group.
Hello, this is Danny speaking. So I have a different kind of question. What important thing or truth very few people agree with you on? Doesn't have to relate to KY.
Wait, can you repeat the question again? A thing or two?
So a thing or a truth which very few people agree with you on.
If any of you two are more ready to answer this, go ahead.
Yeah, I think like when it comes to politics, a lot of people. And when there are like different opinions, unpopular opinions, people don't agree, I think there's too much judging in the society, and that's what many people, that is the first reaction of many people when something that we don't agree is heard. And I think we should focus more on discussing and understanding and find the mutual ground. And I don't think that is happening in our society really well at the moment, and a lot of people might disagree with me on that.
I do think we all agree on that. Do you want to rephrase?
People agree that that's an issue, but people still judge as their first response instead of trying to understand.
Sorry, I have a much lighter one. I think baths are overrated. Shower is much nicer than a bath. And you could put a bath like a... You can also put a bath bomb in a shower and get that nice smell, so...
I actually have one regarding the same theme, and some of you probably agree, but like, why do you need to wash your legs in a shower? Like, you know, like it all just goes down anyway. Like, who's gonna start scrubbing your feet? I don't do that, man. Like, who needs? Yeah. Some people do agree.
Yeah, let's ask something actually related to the chair's work. One thing that's important as the chair is leading Espila, in my opinion. So how would you build a good atmosphere in Espila and make it an engaging working environment?
How I would approach this is with the way we handle situations where people disagree. I'd say there's two different ways in handling disagreements. There's the way of using authority and the way of discussing things through. And as we are not in the military, the way of using authority is something I would not use. So especially when it comes to disagreements, it's about conversations where you try to understand the other side and come to an agreement through that way. So that creates an open atmosphere where people are ready to disagree as well, and that's something I wanna have in the place where I work.
I couldn't agree more with Juho. I think we need more discussions and less judgments. Also, in this case, we have to discuss when there are people, things that like things that annoy people, and find like a mutual understanding, and not to hide problems that exist, but instead of like actually talking about them. And if there's something that some people do that like annoys others, then really talk that why that annoys other people. And that's like we need to discuss at Espila a lot more about these issues so that we can actually like make a positive change and make it a better work environment. That being said, I think it's still an amazing work environment, and I'm so excited that I might be able to work there next year.
Could you, sorry, annoying, but can you repeat the question?
How do you make Espila, how do you create a good atmosphere at Espila and make it an engaging working environment?
Yes, so of course, open communication, but also trust in the sectors that people do know what they're talking about and know how to do their job. I think it starts from there.
I have a question about Repco's favorite subject, so Suomen Economit. The board represents us in the Suomen Economit, whatever liitto it is or something. And I think this year the relationship has been quite well insignificant, I would say, or we really haven't heard that much news from there. So how would you prioritize that in your work, and do you have any goals that you would like to achieve in the Suomen economic sector as a chair of the board?
Yeah, I think chair of the board has quite a big responsibility in there, as they are the person that represents in, for example, Kylterin puheenjohtajaverkosto KPV in this Suomen Economit, and there we can also hear nationally what the thoughts of other Kylteris are. But I do believe that we have made some change, for example, in Suomen Economit concerning the internationality. So just keeping the communication to that level and really being able to know who to contact there regards to matters, for example, academic affairs.
Yeah, I've heard that like Helsingin Economit, Suomen Economit hasn't been as important that it could be. Like they haven't been as good advocates as they could be, but they're still the best advocates for domestic issues of economics of Finland, which graduate from KY2. So we need to continue advocating for them. And if there are issues, reasons why the advocacy isn't working, then I want to like understand why. But so far, I haven't personally been in touch with Suomen Economit enough to talk about that.
Yeah, I don't think I have anything extra to add to those two answers.
Yeah, I think my question is a bit related to what Weixin asked about, which is so my question is how do you set expectations for your board members, and how do you help them set expectations for themselves?
Yeah, so especially when it comes to future board members, they usually have bright ideas on what they want to change in the perspective, in the sectors that they are applying to. And that's not the first discussion, but it's a discussion that has to be held with the board, because we only have limited resources and we only have a limited time of 1 year. And as there are so many things that people want to change, what do we want to prioritize and what do we believe in that we can change as a group? And that's something that has to be held with open conversation. So that's where I'd go with it.
Just to clarify, would that be like once, like in the beginning of the year, or multiple times across the year, or how many?
That's a good clarification, definitely. There's going to be one-on-ones with the board members, and there's going to be check-ons definitely when it comes to projects that we have on whether they are developing to the direction that we want to. And yes, that would be happening many times over the year, I'd imagine, because that's how projects are done. But good clarification, thank you.
Yes, because there are goals that are set in the action plan that is made before the next board starts, and on top of that becomes like ideas that new board members have. And every year KY board faces the same issue, that there are more ideas that people want to put into practice than what we can actually achieve in a year. So it's really important in the beginning of year we discuss about what are the most important goals that we wanna achieve and how we work on that. And throughout the year, it's important to reevaluate those goals. And if there's like space for something new to start, or like, yeah, so we have to reevaluate those goals throughout the year, but they have to be set in the beginning of the year so we can focus on the most important things where we can do achievement.
I believe if I was chosen as a form of the board, I could really help there and be the resource and give the framework of what is achievable in a year, and with our resources. It is setting maybe one priority, unfortunately, per year, and then taking on later if there is time and the energy.
Quick one, in one word, which is the KY's chair's most important job task?
Leading.
Team.
Frameworking.
Yep. Hi, I'm Otava still, and one more question about the participation of proper students to the KY's activities. So how would you better arrange the possibility for students from the Mikkeli campus to partake in events held here at the main campus? And maybe for you to know, currently we're going for Mursujaiset and KY Vappu, but what else, and maybe what do you think would be the important events or activities that we should be able to participate?
Yes, I heard before COVID there was actually a lot of Proba members coming here to campus, for example, to SITS parties, and I think that is great. So you can meet the Otaniemi people and then have easier way or easier time when coming from Mikkeli too. But this is important that we have also parties, for example, on Friday, to know the schedule of Mikkeli people, as they do have obligatory, like mandatory lessons.
Yes, I think before COVID there was a moment, at least for some years, when people from Proppa received quotas to a lot of KY events. And I would want to discuss with people who have decided that there are no more quotas, that why was that decision made? Because I don't know why it was made, and there probably have been some reasons for that. But I would want to discuss if there's a possibility to bring them back, or if there were good reasons to not have those quotas.
And I'd also see it in like understanding your time. When can you actually come here and market those events for you, especially? Like if it's in the middle of the week, I can imagine it can be a bit hard. But when it's on Friday, it's probably a lot easier for you guys. So us understanding your timeline as well, and how well can we market it for you.
Hi, I think we had this kind of question at the beginning, but just to recap, in one sentence, name a thing that you believe that you do better than the other applicants.
I'd say arranging a resourceful and meaningful conversation regarding different things. such as asiakeskustelut, thing conversations. I'm sorry, it's getting a bit late, but yes.
I believe I would be best out of us on bringing out the best of the board members.
Onboarding and supporting the KY board members.
Yeah, well, one question I want to still ask. As a chair, you cannot work alone, so you need your board. How do you sell the KY board for people who are interested in applying?
Yes, I can go first. And I've been discussing with multiple people who have thought about applying to KY board, but they don't think they will because they don't think they have enough experience. And especially that they don't have experience at committees or subcommittees. And what I've been telling to those people is that that can actually be your strength. Because the board needs people who have diverse backgrounds, who see KY in a different perspective. We don't need, like, even though there might be great applicants, we still don't need an 8 board members who have background at subcommittee boards and 10 committees. Though that might make a great board if the board members are great. But yeah, I've been telling people that it can be a strength that you have a different KY background than other people, because I think that is pulling many people off from applying to KY board.
Sounds about right as someone who comes from the different background that you were talking about. But I would sell it as come and do meaningful work and take responsibility at a very early age or early stage of life, regardless of background and regardless of volunteer or other work experience.
I'd also want to emphasize that it's a huge position where you have possibility to grow definitely into a new person and meet new challenges. But emphasize that there is room for failure. You can fail. We are supposed to fail at this age in many different things, and it's not something I expect, but it's something that I welcome more than anything. So don't be afraid to fail.
So, well, being the chair, you kind of need to understand the bigger picture. You need to also understand the parts of the bigger picture and all the sectors. So kind of two-ended question. Do you think that you currently understand the different sectors at KY and in the kind of the KY office? And maybe if not, and also in general, have you discussed with current board members or employees of KY related to different sectors and their responsibility and so on at this point?
Of course, I'd say it's a journey which will continue for a long time, even till I graduate. I'm not saying I know everything, and that's not what I'm here to proclaim. There are sectors where I haven't worked or being a volunteer at, but definitely I know that there are very many capable people whom I've talked to and who I want to talk even more in understanding in what they do in their daily volunteering, whether they work in the office or as a board member or as a volunteer.
Have you discussed with current board members about their responsibilities or KY office?
I have discussed. I wouldn't say I've discussed with everyone, but I've discussed with past board members as well and office members.
Yes, because I don't have a background at KY board or KY Repka, as these two do. I didn't know enough last time when I started to apply, but since then, because I didn't know enough, I've been having to work even harder to gain that knowledge. So I've been meeting multiple members from current board, former board, as well as people with like different backgrounds. I mentioned that before. So I believe, yes, now I know enough about all the sectors, but of course, like, I will know better after next year.
I would say I have a pretty good grasp of our sectors, and I've worked with all of our sectors, or together with all of our sectors. I have also talked with the current and past board members from from this year, absolutely. I would be worried if I would say no. But also I've talked with past board members as well. Yes, I've had lunch with every single one regarding this applying for the chair.
Okay. How do you feel about KY's IT services? I'm asking because we've had, at KY Spexy, we've had serious issues with like getting access tokens to KY's spaces. So, any experiences or thoughts on that? So, IT services.
To be honest, I'm quite bad with IT. Luckily, we have Tuomo, who knows much more on that sector, and I'm very sad to hear that there's been problems. I hope we could use more of our IT coordinators' resources on that rather than building up or shifting from premise to another.
But would you change that then? Would you change something about IT services as chair?
Honestly, I do not know enough to answer that question.
Yes, I'm aware that there were some issues with IT services in the beginning of this autumn when we moved to new premises, but I have to repeat what Tilda said. I don't know enough about the current situation of IT systems.
So yeah, during my time in KY, I haven't had any personal problems, and the boards that I've worked in all the other volunteer positions, we haven't had any structural problems regarding the IT positions. So at least right now, I wouldn't change anything.
I'll give you a couple of seconds to think if you still have something in your mind. There you go.
I've had a pun in my head almost this whole like, panel discussion, so I want to just say it. So how do you make sure the board doesn't get bored?
How do we make sure that the board doesn't
get bored? Like I think bored, like the adjective B-O-R-D.
Yeah, that's an interesting question. Yeah. Bored. That is an interesting question. I don't know if KY has had to tackle that before. Maybe. Probably we'd do some game nights. Do you want me to be serious or like?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. That the board doesn't get bored. It's definitely, I'd return to the expectations that the board members have when they apply for the board position. And how do we meet the expectations with reality? And that is in the first conversation that we have with the board members. What do you expect from the incoming year? If you expect us to fly in an airplane twice a week, that's not going to happen. So definitely meeting those expectations and discussing them through in the beginning of the year.
I can't stop waiting to get started with a new board and start hanging out with new board members, because like the best thing about the board work is the board as a friend group. And I'm a social person. I like being around people, and I believe people around me usually don't have a boring time with me. But yeah, I just want to like enjoy time together with our board members. I believe it shows from me, and I believe that's when people around me enjoy it as well.
I wanted to answer this lightly by saying I'm quite a jokester myself. But in all seriousness, both of you had a very good point. It's how to stay motivated throughout the year and feel satisfaction from your work to keep continuing. And then also having activities outside KY and diverse activities.
All right, there's one more. Could you, Heidi, help out a bit?
Hi, Valtteri here. Just a brief one. Which area or areas of responsibility of the board are the most unfamiliar to you?
For me, probably new students.
Academic affairs.
I'd say the master students.
Tony here. I have a quick question. Where do you see KY in 5 years?
If there's one thing that I really hope is better at KY in 5 years, well, two things. First is our premises. I hope we have a long-term solution. But I hope that the distance between so-called inner circle and others is a way shorter than it is right now.
Yes, premises, but I would hope that KY in 5 years is still doing the KY's most essential functions. So, community, culture, and advocacy.
Yeah, not much to add. In 5 years, I hope that we have the student center. And with the student center, it will be, I know. Maybe in 10 years, no, 5 years. I hope that we will have the student center. And with that, I believe the community building will also be easier. And I also want that KY is a bit flexible at that point as well.
Any more questions? Nothing in your mind at the moment? 5, 4, 3, 2. I guess that's it on the questions part. And then to the final. Not yet. Just 5 minutes more approximately. So each one of you, so the pitch part, each one of you has 1 minute to answer the following question, and let's go in the order, kind of the reverse order that was in the beginning, from that which was in the beginning. So Tilda starts, then, well, Nikki again, and then you. And the question is basically just, why should you be chosen as the former of the board? And time starts now.
I should be chosen as the former of the board because of my visions for 2024 to promote continuity and a sustainable future for KY. I am able to support and help the board members the best in 2024.
Thank you.
Yes, I don't think KY is a perfect place yet. I believe this community could be a lot more inclusive, a lot more cohesive, and we can make actual progress in that if we take concrete steps in multiple sectors. And that requires the cooperation of the whole KY board, and we all have to tackle this issue and see it as an issue. And I believe, as the chair, I would be able to implement this mindset to our next board that, hey, there are things that could be better, and we need to take steps to make that happen. I believe, as a chair of next KY board, we can make an actual progress in becoming more cohesive and more inclusive.
Thank you.
Yes, we are living through shifting times right now, and that is a fact. There was the KY house, there was the corona. Things have happened which have defined us. But the 2020s are something that we need to start defining ourselves. And where do we want to take this approach in Otaniemi? I have a clear vision on that, on what direction do we need to take. I have the experience. I've been working in student communities for a long time. I've been in KY for 2 years, very actively working the best that I can. I do also have the motivation for that. I'm ready to spend my hours for KY and work with the board and the volunteers to make the best KY that we can do. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, everybody, to all the candidates. Let's give them a huge round of applause for the work so far. Yeah, that's a good applause. Whoa. I could also mention a couple of things quickly. So, yeah, you all had really good answers to different questions. You tackled them really well, and it seems that every one of you has kind of prepared for this really well. So, kind of thank you and congrats on that. And maybe one reminder, because you've done all the work. This is quite personal at this point for you. But the fact is that, of course, only one of you can be chosen. So, kind of remember that this is and so far has already been a learning experience. You've already learned a lot, and whatever happens, you'll learn through that as well. So that's really important to remember at moments like these. And remember also to kind of support one another. And kind of relate to the point that whether to apply if you are not kind of chosen, I definitely from personal experience can highly recommend it, because it's a kind of once in a lifetime experience that you get being a board member, whether you were the chair or not. That's all for you guys. And then for EPCO, thank you very much for the active work today. Keep that up during your kind of semester in the RepCo. Be active and so on, and impact. That's the best way to have an impact is to participate in the conversation with a kind of low threshold, and be active and support one another to create kind of good conversational environment, and use those labs a lot, because they're easy way to kind of impact the conversation. I guess that's it on my behalf. Thanks everybody, and good luck with the voting, and good luck with everything throughout the rest of the evening. Thanks.
Yes. And thank you for our panel host, Mikko. There you can give it.
We have a couple of things before we all go to break, so no worries. So like we spoke in the beginning, you had time to apply for this position till the start of the voting. And as we're now heading to the voting, this is the last point where you can apply to this position. So if you want... Okay, so if no more applicants, we will now close the nomination of the former of the board. And the next one is Onni, just quickly about what's happening next.
Yes, hi, I'm Onni, and I'm here to tell you some fun facts about the voting. So here at Edari we have this thing called lappuäänestys, which is, according to Google Translate, slip vote. So each member who has the right to vote will get the slip where you write one name correctly and both first and last name. And if none of the candidates gets over 50% of the votes, we will move on to the second round. And I think now we have like a 5-minute break for the members who have the right to vote.
Well, we will all have a break, but before that, we will have a roll call, because I guess it's kind of like the rules, so we know who left and that no one is
trying to get to vote without a permission. So let's do a roll call before going to the break.
Yes. So same rules as before. So say something when I mention your name. Dani Abibo, Oona Sorala, Eelis Arakoski, Emma Karppinen, Otava Tuomi, Eero Aho, Topias Lahikäinen, Otso Lammi, Joel Vanhanen, Marko Ikevalko, Kasper Palmqvist, Petteri Pynnönen, no. Ali Al-Rubaja, Topias Turppa, Onrei Mouka, Emma Walsh, Vilma Paavola, Erik Halttunen, Vilhelmina Vierjoki, Teemu Lehtinen, Tuukka Koivisto, Veisin Niemi, Sanni Lappalainen, Toni Niemi, Emilia Silius.
Great. And now we will have a 10-minute break. And we will come back with the group who are able to vote. So only with the ones who are able to vote. Thank you. right. Hey, welcome back from your break. Hopefully you had a nice time. Now we will have the result, and it will be now presented by our vote counters.
Thank you. Yes, the votes have been counted after a long process. Yes, let's not waste any more time, but let's get straight to business. So there were 21 accepted votes and 0 rejected votes. And the votes were allocated in the following manner. Niki Nurmi, 1 vote. Juho Ollanketo, 8 votes. Tilda Leikola, 12 votes.
Thus, I can now state that we have a new elected former of the board, Tilda Leikola. Congratulations. Replace XX with Tilda Leikola.
Thank you for everyone who voted. And there's this saying in Finnish, juttele sinä vaan, kyllä sinut tunnetaan. Crazy, what a year to come. Thank you.
Yep, thank you, Tilda. And now we can officially close the item number 10. And open item number 11, so other emerging issues. No one has it. Okay, here.
Yes, so I would like to remind everyone that Kouluspeksi is having its shows next week, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. I would encourage you all to come to the audience. I'll be acting there, so you can shout Omstart for me. I've been resisting the temptation to scream Omstart to our candidates here all night, but you don't have to do that next week. So thank you.
So first of all, congratulations, Tilda. I want to tell you all about the promise that that Tilda made during the break, and the promise was that if elected, she would smoke a cigarette. Thank you.
Okay, if no other emerging issues, we can close item number 11 and open item number 12, so closing of the meeting. And we will close the meeting at 22:03 o'clock. Pow. Thank you, everyone.